Welcome, welcome one and all to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Jubilee Park. We're covering the Division 2 preliminary final rematch today between Ringwood and East Burwood. It's a must-win game for the Rams, as they are to keep in touch with the top five. All the action from this big clash, plus the next hour of pre-game being broadcast live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined this afternoon for pre-game by Matt Spiderlee and Ryan Long. And off the bat, we're joined by East Burwood coach David Jensen. David, thanks for coming on and having a chat with us before this big game today. And obviously you're back at Ringwood, where you spent the second half of 2022 as a senior assistant coach. And obviously a reserves coach previously here. But how are you feeling about returning to Jubilee Park this time as the enemy?
Yeah, well, it's always nice to come back to the facilities and the ground here. They're beautiful, aren't they? But it's a totally different feeling as the enemy, and we want to come and destroy them.
Yeah, how have you settled into the club? It's a pretty famous club with a lot of history, and I'm sure you're looking forward to your tenure here.
Yeah, it is. It was a great honour to be chosen to be the coach for this year because of that history, and we did touch on that, and I've expressed my gratitude and thanks to the club as well. As far as settling in, obviously it does take its time, finding out who's who in the zoo and figuring out your players and all that type of stuff. But I think we're on the right track. We're getting there. And
probably one of the most difficult things for you guys in the start of the season is that you've had a lot of changes each week, a lot of guys with injuries, and you haven't been able to probably have the consistent 22 each week. Are you sort of getting back on track with players available, or is it still still missing a lot, and is it hard to get your best 22 out there?
At this stage, it's impossible to get our best 22 out there. I thought we had about 15 out, but I looked on the magnets, and we've actually got 23 out. So that's a whole side, which is testament to our twos out here at the moment, the fact that we've still got 18 and boys on the bench running around. So the club's in a really healthy position despite all those injuries.
Great to finally chat to you on air, Dave. Welcome to the broadcast, and really enjoyed having a good chat to you over the past couple of months. Settling into the footy club and doing a wonderful job down at the Rams. Now, I suppose when you look back from when the baton was handed to you from Stewie Wine pre-season, and Stewie left the club saying he left in the sweet spot so that someone can take it to the next level, and no one really knew what that next level was, because obviously last season the Rams came up the ladder and no one really had any expectations of where that might land. But this season there has been a lot of expectations, probably more so externally, so there's been a lot of pressure. How have you sort of dealt with that day to day, but also tried to blend that in with trying to get the right combinations and try and figure out sort of and bed down that combination that you want to try and put out, from week to week?
Well, personnel is obviously very difficult to have that continuity with all of the things that we've brought in structurally and game style and those types of things. Having said that, the players are starting to do that now, so you will see particularly the back half of the season, the way that we use the football will start to change. I think we saw evidence of it over the last 2 weeks. But the big hole and the big difficult thing is the continuity with so many players each week coming in and out of the side. So it'd be nice when some players start to trickle back and they're in the team together for a few weeks and they understand each other and how they play. So, but those expectations that you mentioned off the bat there, externally, we weren't ashamed to say that we've got high expectations of ourselves as well. But we're hoping at the second half of the year that we start to roll on.
It's been really positive to see that you've brought some players in from the seconds in recent weeks. Michael O'Dyer's been doing some fantastic things. Riley Addard, who has been an almost player in terms of he's come in for some games in 2022, in and out of the side. But they're the sort of players that you want putting their hand up on a regular basis now and actually wanting and grabbing a spot, don't you, to say, well, I'm here for the long-term future of the club and I want a spot permanently in the first, so you're going to have to pick me.
Yeah. Mickey O was fantastic from the first game that he played. Again, unfortunately, he came in via an injury, but he's just taken the Bulls by the horns, and he's absolutely playing really good. He's like a fifth-on baller out there. And sorry, you mentioned somebody else?
And I mentioned Riley Attard.
Riley Attard, yeah, he's coming to the side, and we have had those chats. Exactly what you've said is basically when you're playing in the twos to come up, you've got to look like you don't belong in the twos, that you look like you belong in higher levels of football, and then that helps you with that transition when you do step up with your belief and your mindset, all that type of thing as well.
Now, the last few weeks, it's been a bit of an almost performance-wise, like they haven't put together the four quarters yet. There's some games where it looks like you're going to take the game by the scruff of the neck and really give it a good shake, whether it be from the forward-line perspective, just haven't been able to finish off on the scoreboard. Defensively, have looked sound and with the offence, but through the midfield, some good signs through the inside part of the ground, but it's more the outside which was the more damaging feature of East Burwood in 2022, but probably needs to still come to life again in the second half of this season. Yeah,
we're a very young side, so you've got to account for those little lapses, and that's something that we're cognizant of, that we do want to change those things. We don't want to play for fish and chips, we want to play for caviar. So what that means is basically the concentration side of things for 4 hours to get the champagne results at the end of it. I think it's in the head more than an ability type of scenario, but they're young players and they'll get there.
One final one to a handball back down the chain here. When you come up against a great friend of yours like a Brett Rowe, who you spent so much time with, and what's it like knowing that you're going to go up against someone like that in the coach's box today? Do you get that extra motivation when you're a bit of a spring in your step on a day like this, going, well, I know a lot about Ringwood coming into this game. You've done all the homework, it's presented to you, but sometimes can you be a bit more overconscious and be too well prepared? You sort of got to be a little bit wary of the unpredictability of Ringwood as well, because they might throw some things to you, but you're not ready for as well. And by the same token, you'll be probably doing the same at Brett, so you're going to be challenging each other, so to speak.
Yeah. As far as Brett goes, obviously it's well known he's a very good coach. He's the best coach that I've ever worked with. By daylight second, he's a brilliant coach. My expectations coming into it, I'm very excited, obviously, to see how we go against Rowie and his boys out there. Doing my homework with expectations, obviously I was here last year, but Ringwood have lost a lot of players over the pre-season. So I think from looking at the vision, it's always difficult to tell on vision to live, but they're probably playing different to how I was when I was here, because they have to with the personnel. So I don't think they're going to be the same side. And hopefully our football, our brand is better than their brand.
And David, just a couple more questions on my end. It is still a really young side, but there's still that experience. You Carl Doves, who's come back to the club, Matt Mariani, Max Wills as well, who's been playing senior footy since he was a teenager. Just how crucial are they to the development of some of those younger guys? Oh,
they're massive. They're very important, and we encourage them to bring the kids up with a voice as well. So use their experience. They're brilliant, obviously, with the co-captains, with Maxi and Minnie out there. They work a very good combination, particularly because they're in different parts of the ground more often than not. But it's really, and the kids that are starting to find their voice, and there's one or two that are starting to shine, and we can see some future leaders because of those guys.
Yeah, and one young player as well who's come across to the club this year, James Connellan. He's I believe a previous best and fairest winner out at Whitefriars in the VAFA. Just how well has he fitted in along with, and do you expect him to play a big role with a slightly weakened forward line this week, obviously?
No, he'll continue to play his role. He's a high pressure, high forward, plays sort of like a big-bodied winger in the forward line, if you like. So he gets a lot of footy quite high. So he's a bit of a link player. So he'll continue to play that role. And he's working really hard, and he's fitting seamlessly. He's going to be a beautiful player.
Well, David, we better let you go. Thanks for coming on and having a chat with us before this big game out here against your old side, the Redbacks. Good luck for today.
Thank you, boys. Pleasure.
Thank you to David Jensen there, of course, Just have to mention this one. A former Surrey Park coach.
Oh, you had to get that one.
Had to get that one. Had to get that one in, but
had to get that on the broadcast.
Yeah, had to get that over and done with early. But he's obviously got a fair bit of work to do. But he seems like he's gone the boys on board, and they're starting to slowly adapt to his game style. Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be tough for any coach coming to a side when you have so many players out, Spider, and that's been the constant theme for East Burwood. Each week there's 3 or 4 key players coming in, coming out. You just can't create a consistent brand of footy usually when you have so many changes each week, and just be able to get plays into the groove of the season. And that's something, hopefully in the second half of the year, if they can get everyone back in time, can really make a push and string some competitive games in a row and some wins.
Well, that's why this afternoon's game is so important. I mean, the evidence on the ladder suggests that. I mean, if East Burwood can get over the line today and set themselves up next week for another performance, then you can potentially turn 4 wins and 5 losses, and then you can have a real run at it in the second half of the year, and you might be able to get one of those wins back that you dropped early in the season when you're in the second run home. So that can happen. There can be some things happen in the second part of the year, as we know. Other teams will get injuries. They'll have unavailabilities. It's a football season, so the whole team and the competition goes through it. It's just when it is your turn to take your lot, I suppose. I mean, you only have to look at it at the AFL level. I mean, this team's going through injury problems at the moment and drops in form. So at the moment, I still think the Rams are certainly well and truly in the season, and today will really show where they're at, because they're playing a team like Ringwood who are on very equal ground with them, and they only just got over
very
the
young.
line.
You're right.
Very young. So I don't think there's too much difference between the two teams, when you line them up player for player. And I think that's the exciting thing about this. I mean, both sides were up near the top last year, and they've been a bit slow to get going this year, but by the same token, I still think they have the list within it and the profile to continue to push and in the back half of the season to be real contenders come finals time.
Yeah, definitely, and there are some big names missing as well. Obviously for East Burwood, you've got Connor Agnew on the sidelines, Chris Spiteri, Falloon Wanganeen as well, and Damien Murray, a couple of the new recruits. They do bring, and Ed Rixton and Damon Maurice, who are both pretty big outs for today. Obviously, they bring in Carl Dove and another of their new recruits in Aaron Foss, but equally, and we'll touch on this.
He started okay, Foss. The games I've seen him, I think he's been quite good, and I think they've really shown something, but just need, as we've said, that 4-quarter performance. In some games, even last week against Templestowe, had their opportunities just in that last quarter when Templestowe were kicking.
Well, that's probably the key
scoring
thing. They've been close in most of their games.
Probably went against them, and they probably just needed a few more goals in that third term to give themselves a bit more of a buffer going into that last quarter, because you can defend leads, but it's very hard to defend if you're behind on the scoreboard, because you've got to, and if you're kicking against the scoring end, because you've got to defend, but you've also got to attack and counter-attack. So that's always the big challenge. But you got to look, this afternoon it's going to be an enthralling contest. Ringwood did it hard against Baronia last week and took it down and won by a point. So anything is possible. It's just going to be which team is hungrier for the contest this afternoon.
And there are some big outs for Ringwood, of course. We'll touch on those briefly now. Tim Wack, James Parker, the co-captain, Declan Hill and Scott Lang all out of the side. So some big names out, and you add that to the likes of Jacob Broad and Brooklyn Gabel Lamb, who's come across to the club as some of those big names out. Those are some really big losses, which we'll touch on with Brett Rowe a little later on. But right now, let's have a look at some of the other matches taking place around the grounds. We'll kick things off with Division 2. Of course, this match of the round being a Division 2 clash, a preliminary final rematch, as I said, off the top. Out of Kings Park, Upper Ferntree Gully against Boronia. Boronia obviously coming off their first loss to the Redbacks last weekend, and Upper Gully just only the one win this season. And there's a couple of changes for Boronia. Luke Hannon is replaced by his brother Josh, and for Upper Gully there is 6 changes, I believe, for their lineup. So I think it should be a comfortable Boronia win, I assume.
Yeah, Spider, I don't see any way that Upper Ferntree Gully get close this afternoon. It's just the gap in the competition from the top sides in Division 2 to the bottom 2. Similar with Knox are in that position where young side, a lot of inexperience in the list, and you're coming up against a Baroni side that have recruited well over the off-season and proved that they are one of the sides to beat this year.
Yeah, well, as we discussed yesterday in the preview show on the weekend forecast, I mean, we discussed what we think will happen with this game. And when we know that Baroni have got a more talented list, there's no question about that. I think the big burning question for Baroni is today's making those changes, the multiple changes, players coming in and out of that team, but also how do they respond? Because that was a little bit of a kick in the pants for them last week to lose that game. So they obviously would have had a bit of a hard week on the track. It's a bit of a reality check for them, because I think it's important for sides when you have that loss to take that invincibility out of you. You have to have that loss.
Oh, you need loss. You don't want to go through seasons
I think
undefeated.
it would have been... I don't think it would have been a good thing for them to go into round 15, round 16 later in the year, and even potentially a finals campaign without having a loss. I just don't think that serves their team any purpose, and I think that can lead a little bit of false confidence, and I think that can bring in that arrogance. And I think from a few things that have happened in the past few weeks, they've been challenged in some games. There was just some signs that a loss was around the corner. So I think for the reality point of things, I think that was a good thing to happen. Good timing going in towards a break. So they just need to get back and get back to those, the fundamentals of the way they play this week, so they can build up as they turn for home in the second half of the season.
Yeah, Josh, you'll learn a lot more from your losses. Anyone can say that from AFL coaches always talk about that. And even a side like one of the sides we're watching today, Ringwood, in 2018 they went undefeated until grand final day, and I don't think they were arrogant to say, but you're going to lose one eventually, so you'd rather lose it now in round 7 than right in the pointy end of the season.
Look at South Belgrave. I mean, that was a classic example last year. They had times last year where they were just unbeatable. Then they came up against Mulgrave, who had their measure on a couple of occasions. And I think that was the best thing for them, to drop a couple of those games. It made them more hungrier and made them a better team come finals time.
It definitely did. And, of course, the Saints are still unbeaten, and we'll touch on them a little later on. Templestowe do take on Knox out there at Templestowe Reserve. Alex Brown's 100th, and they bring in Dean Lim back into the lineup. So you add that to the likes of Carl Giovanni, Bo Mitchener, Michael Fogarty, and Nick Batsanis. It's a scary lineup and a scary proposition for Knox today. Yeah,
Spider, obviously, with them back into the side now, the first game, this guy, I reckon he could kick 5 or 6 on debut for the Dockers here, and possibly more, depending how much they target him up forward. But it's a good game to get him into the side. You would expect him to get the job done pretty comfortably, and you get him in. Captain's 100th, so big day for the club, and I think it's a premiership move. I think this is the sort of move that they're looking to build, looking for a premiership at the end of the season, because they know they're in the hunt now, because their only couple of losses have been by close margins to good sides, and they've done the job against everyone else, and just it's a mature side compared to what probably last year when they had those injuries and probably struggled on that depth side.
They couldn't replace players at the top end, their top end talent. Once they lost those players, it was very hard to replace them and make that next step. So to bring a player of Lindback's quality into that team, he's a goal kicker, and he will certainly give them everything that they need, and he will deliver.
And he's mobile too,
and he can play in a number of key roles. So he doesn't just stay at home forward. He pushes up the ground, creates space. He can take a mark. He can do some things, and he's a little bit of an X factor. He's a bit like I like to liken him to someone like a Jake Stringer. He can do some mercurial things just at unbelievable times in the game.
And he is listed at full forward as well, so they probably are looking to target the big man down there. And then you've got Waverley Blues taking on the Basin. The Basin have been pretty promising, but again, it's a tough ask out at Mount Waverley Reserve, where the Blues have only lost 1 game in the last 2 years, and obviously that was a couple of weeks ago against Teethbomb, but it's a big ask out there for them.
Yeah, Josh, I think scoring will be the issue. The Basin are they're a pretty good defensive side, Spider, and they certainly make a bit of a scrap out of games, and they do win a fair bit at home at Batterham Reserve, a ground they play really well. But look, with Perry back into the side, Williamson still there, Langford out of the team this week, but there's still so many scoring options. Mohammed comes back in, we know he can kick a few as well. They're just not going to be able to match him on the scoreboard.
No, you wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think so. Look, Waverley Blues, that forward line is just way too dominant for my liking, going to be very hard to defend. But particularly in the middle of the ground too, I think the Waverley Blues are just going to have the stronger bodies, and they just move the ball transition-wise a lot more efficiently than what the Basin do. I think the Basin are going to be looking for a lot of stoppages this afternoon. They'll want to play that defensive mindset game to really frustrate the Waverley Blues, and I don't think that's their goal. I like on the Basin through Jason Wade, they've been a lot more attacking and positive, because that's when they've troubled some teams similar to East Burwood and a couple of those teams at the start of the year. So I think if they go there with the right attitude, they certainly can be competitive, but I think Waverley Blues will do enough to post a victory.
And just on their goal kickers, no one's kicked more than 6, so they get a lot of their goals from the midfield, and I just don't think that's going to be a winning option against Waverley Blues.
Yeah, you can make the exception, like Blackburn get most of their goals through midfielders, but
they can score heavier though.
They can score heavier, but yeah, the Basin is still a much younger side and still developing. As the one final match out at Mulgrave Reserve, a slightly interesting game given the form that Mulgrave are in. They take on top of the table Heathmont though, and the Jets, pardon the pun here, they're flying at the moment, sitting on top. Just the one loss to Baronia. It's a tough ask for Mulgrave as well, who are without Tom Gladman, Dean Seacoulis, and Adam Booth as well.
Well, you just wonder how they can compete without those 3 players, but they'll have to. They'll have to learn to play without them, but they've still got some quality players in that team, and this is the sort of game where Lin Jong just has to, do a little bit more work. And Fletcher Roberts has been in some really good form up forward. He's kicking bags of goals for them. So if he gets hold of it today, then there's certainly a big chance.
But even you look at maybe the Waverley game not that long ago. I think he still kicked 6 or 7, and they lose by 10 goals. So it's good to have him there and kick 5 or 6 himself, but you also need other contributors, and that's going to be the issue.
Heathmont have been so good in every area of the ground. When their defence has been unquestionable, their midfield work has been really impressive. But forward line-wise, they've just been able to keep the ball in, get those repeat entries, but also kick scores week after week, and that's a full credit to the way that Scott Hamill's got them playing this season. And the depth has been playing week after week. Last year they didn't have that because of so many unavailabilities and injuries, and this year, the tide's turned a bit for them. So they're on the good side of that luck at the moment. They're riding that wave. So look, they start favourites. They'll win this game, but I think Mulgrave can push them for the majority of the afternoon.
I think so, but yeah, they've also got Wade Van Leeuwen back into the lineup. They've got Mulgrave have somehow got to shut out Bailey Stevens as well, who's been on fire, 12 goals the last 2 weeks. Fletcher Roberts, obviously the leading goal kicker, but Stevens is making a case for definitely the best forward in the division. We'll briefly touch on Division 3 because we will be joined shortly by Redbacks coach Brett Rowe. Again, it's still a very even division, so we can never there'll be the one odd tip we get wrong. Just off the bat, Ferntree Gully against Fair Park out at Wally 2 Reserve. It's hard for me to see Fair Park stopping the Gully train. It's rolling at the moment. Obviously, just the one defeat at the hands of Whitehorse, and they're looking unstoppable, Ryan. Yeah,
and they'll put away sides too. So you've got to match them on the scoreboard early, and you've really got to shut their forwards out. Someone like a Kennedy that has come to the club and with that Premier Division experience has been really strong. McComb's playing some really good footy. Salvador is out this week, but he's been able to hit the scoreboard. But then even guys like Calaspiris who come in and kicked 5 goals last week. Gasparoni had 30 touches and 5 goals a week before that, so they've just got so many options, Spider.
Yeah, they have. They've got good depth, and they're across the field they are a very even side, and that hasn't been the case for Ferntree Gully. Probably in previous seasons they've been very reliant on so many others. So I think for them, it's a real positive. Luke McComb's having an outstanding season, and I think he would be right up there in best and fairest contention, not only for the club but the competition as well. So going to see them hard to lose that game, but I really do believe Fair Park are playing some good footy at the moment, and I don't think we can underestimate that. I mean, they've taken down some scalps during the year, and I think they'll be very competitive in this game, but I think Ferntree Gully will get over the line and record another win.
They will be, but we'll touch on Division 3 shortly again. We're joined now by Ringwood coach Brett Rowe, who's had a bit of media attention the last week. The weekend recovery, and now he's on pre-game here. Brett, thanks for coming on and having a chat with us before this big clash against East Burwood.
Yeah, thanks guys. Always exciting, for the game that's on and what's in front of us.
Yeah, and it's obviously a big day as well. Your president's lunch is happening, which you spoke at just under an hour ago, I believe, as well. But obviously, there's quite a lot of changes to the side this week, coming off a terrific victory, though. Does it give you confidence that victory for not just for today, but for the rest of the season as well?
Oh, absolutely. It was a great win last week against a really well-respected team in Baronia. So you like to hope that it does give our young group a lot of belief. But the challenge for us will be to go again. Sometimes you hear a lot about teams that have really great wins and they have a bit of a low. So we've been really having a really big conversation all week about not having that and making sure we uphold the standard from last week and bring it forward for this week against East Burwood.
And one key inclusion, obviously, Lachlan McDonald comes back into the side after a long layoff. I think it was a broken leg last year. How excited are you to just have him back out in the field and back in the senior side? Yeah,
really excited. He broke his leg against South Belgrave up there just leading into the finals, and he was a massive loss for us. He's a really good net user of the footy, makes really good decisions. So to have him in with this young group is really important, especially through that midfield. So, really looking forward to what Locke can bring today.
It's a really interesting, because we were here last year, I think, for this sort of matchup, and obviously both sides went on to play a preliminary final. It's just such a different contest now. Obviously, you guys are a younger side. East Burwood have had some injuries as well, and a younger side now as well. It's a whole different ball game compared to 24 months ago, or 12 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite amazing actually when you consider. I was talking to Dave, just before, and he was saying this, their injuries and people going overseas, and we're in the same boat. It's just one of those years where everyone wants to travel. And obviously, if you get injuries, you don't want to have that on top of you as well. But it's a massive turnaround from 12 months ago, where two really competitive teams, and now they're both young teams now. It's just about how they're both going to go against each other.
Now, Brett, I don't think you coached last time at this game 12 months ago. I think you were out with COVID, if my memory serves me right, and you were doing the coaching duties by Zoom or video. Was that? I think
that is correct, Spider.
That's correct.
Nothing gets past you, Spider.
Nothing gets past me. I think I've got a pretty good footy memory, and obviously Dave at that point was involved with his setup, and then obviously Stewie's moved on from the Rams as well. But that game was, the fluctuation was because of the conditions. It was an arm wrestle right to the very end. Can we see something potentially very similar again, in that the way that you guys have probably had to adapt and adjust to the style of the way that you've played so far this season to what you probably played at the back end of last year with players that have left? Obviously, you've had some guys that have decided to go and try elsewhere and move up the divisions. Like you've had Collier go to East Ringwood, etc. Players and farmers and all those sort of guys. Do you think that's? Do you think then you've got to sit back and go, well, we have to reevaluate the game plan and maybe bring this next group through in a different manner?
Yeah, absolutely, we do, Spider. What's worked for us in the past was with a different team. We were able to execute the way we wanted to play, whereas we've had to just tweak a few things, which is really important, because the game style probably wouldn't have suited what we've got out there now. We've made some slight adjustments to make it fit what we think is for this young group, that I think is not going to expose them too much on turnover, and so absolutely. So I would be, and also the other point to your question in regards to a bit of a slog. Yeah, I think it will be. I think because everyone's we'll both be trying to see where everyone's at, as both teams are, and so I think it's not going to be a real free-flowing game. I wouldn't have thought. It'll just be trying to, Dave could be trying to lock us down, and we're probably similar, just to try and just see where we're at as a group, as where both groups are. So I think it'll be a bit of a slog.
Well, we talked about that to Dave just a few minutes ago, and obviously you two have worked together in a coaching panel scenario, so you have a bit of an idea, and you'll throw different stuff at each other. There'll be things that you'll go, oh yeah, I know what Dave's up to, and then there'll be things Dave will go, yeah, I know what Rowi's up to here. He's trying to get me to fall for that trick. We're pushing all the players up, or hold a few blokes back at the zone, or maybe roll down a few, or maybe take another player deeper out of the forward line.
Yep.
So it's going to be a little bit of a game between cat and mouse between the two of you throughout different periods of the game to see which one bites first.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the art of coaching, isn't it, really? Like, you want to be able to just throw something different to any team you play against. And obviously Dave's probably expecting something that he knows. And, we've got to, as you said, we've got to try and
find... It's an unpredictability, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's what you got. That's what you need. They'll be like, oh, that's not what I was expecting. So, yeah, absolutely. And that's the challenge of coaching as well. So, really, really looking forward to what Dave's going to throw up. And we've definitely got some things we're hoping that might change things up as well.
Is there something that you've watched from East Burwood's perspective over the past few weeks, whether it's vision or seen them in a game situation where you think, okay, that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because probably this year they've got, in terms of tools, with the ruck situation, you probably hold a little bit more of an advantage there. But from the defensive side of things, East Burwood's defence has been a bit of their strength and their offence.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see from the vision, you can see how Dave's their ball movement looks a little bit more. Looks like they want to swing the ball out a little bit wider, not moving as quick as the past. But obviously, whereas like last year, East Burwood's offence was quite strong, whereas their defence was probably where they were a bit leakier. It looks like it's tightened up a lot more. So we're thinking that's probably where the change will be. Obviously, the ball movement not as quick. And just being able to just try and lock it down that way, and obviously, so because I think if they move their ball a bit slower, it allows their defence to set up a little bit stronger, which clearly Dave's been working on. And
a couple more questions on my behalf, Brett. You got a senior debutant today as well, Mitch Annette, who comes across from Vaffaside Old Scotch.
Yep.
What does he bring to the table?
Yeah, Mitch is he's actually got a twin. His twin's out there at the moment, running around as well. So. Really good speed. He's got some good wheels and uses the ball really well. So, we were just excited to have him play. I mean, he's actually our 10th debutant this year, only at round 8. So really excited about what he can produce. But yeah, he's got some good speed, uses the ball really well. So I think it'll suit Jubilee, really well. And yeah, just on those debutants as well, it must be great giving those. Obviously, it hurts when it hurts having those having to somewhat debut plays, but it's also a great opportunity as well for those kids to get exposure at a really competitive level. Oh, absolutely. I think I said on the recovery that if we ever had the same team, these kids aren't getting a game. They might be in and out, whereas now it's an opportunity for them to get some good game time, get some games into them, and expose them to senior football. And slowly but surely, they're starting to find their feet. They're going to make mistakes. They're young kids. It happens. We're fully aware, and as a group, we're fully aware that's going to happen. But we're like, it's okay. You're allowed to make mistakes in footy. I mean, as a coach, I make mistakes. It's the reality. So we just move on pretty quick and just keep looking at how we can improve the next time that the opportunity comes around. And some of those younger kids as well have come across to the club this season. Brad Stewart, Jacob Bell as well has come across. Josh Matthews. Just how well have they slotted into the group? And yep. They've clearly had a pretty big impact to start the season. Yeah, they've been really good for us, actually. I've been really happy with the three of them since they've come across. Belly's just really strengthened us up in the midfield. Josh down backs. We lost a couple of backs, and Brad Stewart just obviously got the one game last year at South Croydon, but that's a pretty strong midfield group to break into. So he just wanted an opportunity, and he's really grasped it. So we're really happy with Brad. He's got really good speed, so we're really happy with Brad. And he's learning from the likes of Braden Kilpatrick and many others. Yeah, they go right, those two, don't they? They go pretty good as well. Well, Brett, we better let you go. Thanks for coming on and having a chat with us before this clash. Good luck for today. No worries, guys. Thank you. Thank you to Brett Rowe. Thank you to Brett Rowe once
once again, and he continues to do such a terrific job with Ringwood, hasn't he? He's really a super coach of this, or one of the best coaches across the entire EFNL, I reckon, Ryan.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it, and what he's done with this club over the last 5 to 6 years has just been phenomenal. Their home and away record since about 2017 has just been outstanding. I haven't got the statistics in front of me, but I looked at that at the start of the season. They've barely lost in the home and away, and then this year's a bit of a challenge because it is, similar to East Burwood. They've got a lot of injuries, a lot of guys who have moved on. You mentioned Collier Spider, or the Farmer boys left the year before. They've had other changes as well, and then you've got guys going overseas now, as on top of that. So it's tough again to be able to compete at your best when you've got so many changes. And as you said, 10 debutants in 8 games.
Well, that's it. I mean, and when you consider the era that they've had, playing in all those grand finals, haven't been able to get the ultimate result that they would have liked, and went within a fingernail basically of doing so, and now that they've got to go back and bring that next batch of players through, it must be exciting times for Brett and his coaching panel, but also the club as well. Yeah,
it definitely is. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll continue looking at all the other matches taking place around the grounds ahead of this big clash, Division 2 clash between Ringwood and
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Jubilee Park, Division 2 preliminary final rematch between Ringwood and East Burwood. Josh Ward here alongside Matt Spiderlee and Ryan Long for pre-game. We were just starting off our third division around our look at our third division matches taking place this weekend. Obviously, we kick things off with the Furniture Gully in Fair Park. We'll now touch on the Pioneers against Sylvan out at Springfield Park, the D. it's a big game for Whitehorse, who have definitely shown plenty of promise to start this season. But they're one of 4 sides that are 2-5. They're coming up against the Sylvan side, who we saw last week, Ryan, and they're going to be a really hard side to beat out there at Springfield Park, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. And also to touch on, they played each other in round 1 where the Cats got the job done by 5 or 6 goals at home. Probably the most impressive thing for me with the Cats is that there's no passengers in that side. You looked at the best 22 last week, although they had a couple of injuries. Everyone played their role. So even the guys who had come, even the guys coming into the side did their job and did it well. And then obviously they've got the star players in, Matteo Delfonso has been fantastic. He's had a phenomenal start to the season. Lowe's been a very reliable goal kicker up forward.
He's always kicking goals.
Yep, kicked another 5 last week. Trent Martin played a new role into the ruck and just did it superbly. So their one change last week with Charge out, there was no problems because Martin came into it, had someone to come back and replace him down back, and he just did his role.
Yeah, I think the one thing about Sylvan is they just keep getting better each week that they play together, and I think that they have been a real surprise packet. We didn't have any of the expectations that they were going to be that competitive this season. We probably all had them in our predictions in the lower part of the ladder, but they've certainly attacked the season with confidence, and they've really won some games, and they've got themselves off to a really good start to the season, so that gives them a launching pad going into the second part of the season. But on the Whitehorse Pioneers, they've lost a lot of close games. They just need to win one of those, particularly today. And if they get that opportunity, particularly at home, where last year they found it hard to win away, and this year it's been a couple of home games that have snuck under their guard, which normally you would suggest that they would win. So big game for them. I think they'll go very close, but I just get a feeling that Sylvan will do enough at the end of the day just to get over the line and give themselves a bit of a space in that game and consolidate their position on the ladder.
Yeah, I think so too. They're looking imposing, and they won't mind the smaller ground at Springfield Park as well. It's
because of their ball movement. Because it's very slick, very fast, and they transition the ball just so well, and they punish you on turnover.
Yeah, and they're able to get Matt Lowe one out and pretty much in the inside forward 50.
Very physical team too.
Yeah, and with experience as well. With that experience as well, there comes that physicality. Coldstream against Oakley District up at Coldstream Reserve. The District's taking the 50-minute trip up to Coldstream Reserve.
Road trip.
A road trip is an understatement, I reckon. But obviously they're coming off a loss. We saw, I'll mention that again. We saw them last week. A couple of big ins as well. Mitch Trait and Zach Vizanich into the lineup, and that was their real problem. One of their problems was getting that delivery inside 50 for Oakley District, and they weren't able to find targets. You bring Bizanich back, that immediately fixes that problem up, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's kicked 5 goals in most games he's played. So that's having someone like that adds to your scoreboard. I don't think even with him there last week they were going to beat Sylvan. They were still a bit off the pace and they turned the ball over a lot, but they take on Coldstream, who have been probably a bit concerning in the opening few rounds. They got that win against Fair Park a couple of weeks ago, which they just had to do, but even then they didn't really hit the scoreboard a whole lot. Darcy Fritsch comes back in the side for them, which is really key because he's been another, sort of similar to Bosnich, will kick 4 or 5 goals each game. You can rely on him, but you do need that even contribution from the others around him as well. And at home, it used to be a fortress in the last couple of years, but this year they've just haven't played that ground as well as they usually did.
Yeah, it's been a lack of personnel for them, I think, both with injury-wise, unavailability. Speaking to a lot of people that are close to Coldstream, it's been a real frustrating time for them. They just can't get their best team onto the ground for various reasons. So they've got a lot of work to do against an Oakley Districts team that are on the rebound this week, and they'll be looking to get their season back on track. And they're still in the hunt to play finals, and they probably believe that they still are on that path. So I think Oakley Districts will do enough to win, but when you play at home, Coldstream will certainly make it tough. But I think at the end of the day, Oakley will just have a little bit too much polish for them and be able to get the job done. And they do it efficiently through the middle. We know what sort of a player Blake and Ryan Pearson provide for them.
Yeah, they're definitely class players and key for the Districts, not just for today but for this season. And then the final game, we saw this in round 1. It's where I lost my mind at time on.
My laptop's still wet from
Donvale against Lion Tide, this time out at Donvale Reserve. As we talked about on the weekend forecast, they've both gone in different directions. Warrandyte, again, another side 2 and 5. Donvale sitting in second with just the one loss to Ferntree Gully. It's quite remarkable the directions they've both gone on, but I still think we're in for a very interesting duel, although the Warrandyte outs do not help their case.
Yeah, their outs are huge. I think off the top of my head, I know Malone and Phillips aren't there. I think there was a few others as well. I don't know if Tout was playing this weekend or not. He could have been another out.
I think Tout is playing.
He is playing, but they do have quite a few of their key players out of that side, and they're a different team probably to what we thought they'd be last year. Obviously, they had probably the best season apart from Waverley Blues. Unfortunately, getting knocked out in straight sets in the finals, but they come up against a Donvale side who, even at their worst, are still winning games of football, and with a 6-1 record at the moment, back at home, I think they'll win. They've given up, I think, 7 or 8 goals in the last 2 times they've played, Warrandyte to Donvale. So if they do that again, they're not coming back from it.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I think Warrandyte are in for a pretty long day, to be honest. They've just really struggled to put any consistent form line together, and that's been a real shame because we had high expectations for them going into the season, and they just haven't been able to live up to those. So from their perspective, so very disappointing. They need to be really mindful of the way that they go in with their attitude today, and just try and be as competitive as they can. And if they can play, for 4 quarters, you never know. If Donvale are a little bit flat, they're well and truly in the contest. But at home, Donvale always very hard to beat. The loyal fans will be around them. They're playing some really good footy at the moment. They just bat so deep in the midfield, but also very hard to stop up forward. We know what guys like Nick Murphy are like, and Matt and Nick Day, etc., etc. Brewers playing some really good footy. All their players are contributing week after week. It's a consistent and reliable team, and Kevin Collins just must be delighted with the way this team is continuing to progress. So I think they'll win and win quite easily.
Yeah, I still think they're the best side in the division. Ferntree Gully definitely do have a case, but they're definitely right up there. Donvale just continue to go from strength to strength. We'll briefly touch on Division 4. Of course, Surrey Park have the bye this week. Kilsyth take on Croydon North Emlock at Pink's Reserve. Kilsyth coming off the bye. I think we're all backing Kilsyth to get a comfortable victory there. Nunawading against Forest Hill at Coonung Reserve. Now, Spider, you tipped Nunawading as your Super Boost Ruffy. You still backing them?
Yeah, I think this is a real danger game for Forest Hill. I still believe that they'll win, but I am not underestimating Nunawading. I think some really good signs. When you're kicking 100 and you're only losing by 10 goals to a team that's probably the favourite to win the premiership this year in Surrey Park, I think that's some really positive signs for me, and particularly when you're playing at home against a Forest Hill team who had a really good win last week. We know that they played well against Chirnside Park, but there's always that chance that you can have the next week be a little bit flat in energy and that you might not play as well. So I think Nunawading, if they're in this game right up until half time and they can be in arm's length touch of them, I would give them a real chance to cause an upset and potentially win the game. I think Forest will win, but I give Nunawading some real hope. I think they're certainly on the right track.
Yeah, I think so too. They are coming off a great win though, the Zebras, right?
Yeah, I think Forest Hill comfortably, but to Spider's point, when Nunawading get their game up and going, they can score quickly. We've seen that against Surrey Park last week, and then for a half against Scoresby, they were really competitive. My problem is I just don't know if they can play 4 quarters of solid
Well, that's
footy.
a challenge for them to do that.
Because if they drop off, and they did that against Scoresby and allowed 15 goals to 1, and when they do drop off, that's when sides can really take advantage.
But this is like a grand final for them. It's a local rivalry. It's been Nunawading have been playing Forest Hill for a long period of time. You've got to get yourself up for this sort of game, and no better time and place than at your home ground, and make it difficult for a team like Forest Hill, who have always said that they want to strive for finals and be a better footy team. We'll get out there and show it. And for Forest Hill, got to consolidate after last week's fantastic win. Don't want to undo all that hard work and that well-earned victory last week, which was really impressive.
Yeah, and they got close in round 1 as well against Forest Hill. I think it was a 40-point win in the end for the Zebras out at home. So they can take it up to the Zebras, and then finally Scoresby against Chirnside Park. Chirnside obviously a disappointing loss last week, and Scoresby just continue to get the business done, defeating sides below them. And obviously, they've only lost to Kilsyth and Surrey Park, so I think they should get the job done, but it's a must-win for Churnside.
Scoresby, for me, Churnside have just been a little bit inconsistent in recent weeks. Spider, I don't have much trust in them at the moment. They are, they've certainly got a few injuries, a few players out of that side, so a bit of a different look for them, and I just think Scoresby at home
at
will
home,
get the job done.
Always very hard to tip against Scoresby. They're playing some good footy at the moment, and I think Craig McKenzie doing a great job with bringing and identifying some young talent, not only from Scoresby, but from other neighbouring clubs, bringing players in. McBean's come across from Noble Park, as we mentioned on the forecast. Plumbridge last week kicking some goals. So they're identifying some young talent, and they're bringing some of their homegrown players into it as well. And everyone's contributing week after week, so they're getting some consistent performances. So some good signs for Scoresby in what has been a really positive rebuilding year for them going down in division.
Yeah, it has been a really good year, and they're definitely going to be right up there as well, are the Magpies, with the likes of Kilsyth and Surrey Park. We'll jump up now to Division 1, a couple of interesting games out there. We'll start off with some of the lesser interesting games, though. Lilydale against South Belgrave, top versus bottom, unbeaten against winless.
South Belgrave.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit concerned it has the potential to get ugly out there at the LSO. Spider, I don't know about you.
Well, it does. I think it could get. I think it could. No, I just can't see it. I can't see it for me. What do you think? Ron?
No, South Belgrave very comfortable.
I think South Belgrave for me quite easily. I think this
would be a big roughie.
I think
not happening.
I think this could be around about a 10 or 15 goal margin.
Yeah, I think so too. And obviously, still no Taylor Garner and Tim Smith. Obviously, Tyrese Liu is playing in the side as well, of course, on Carlton's VFL list. So that's a massive inclusion. But yeah, it's still not at full strength. This is South Belgrave lineup, which is the scary thing. Montrose against Croydon. Croydon, obviously, just the one win. I think it's 6 in a row they've lost. They've lost now. Obviously, the only team they have won against is Lilydale out at the LSO, and
really didn't play that well, but in the conditions, and just got over the line, found a way to win in the end. But it's been a real hard slog for them. We spoke about it for a long period of time yesterday. We're not going to go back over old ground, but they've got to really identify what the problems are with players committing, and it's not too dissimilar to what we spoke about with David and also with Brett too, with young sides, players unavailability, injuries, and a combination of players deciding to travel as well.
Yeah, and they take on a Montrose side coming off a terrific victory down at Beaconsfield, and they'll be brimming with confidence. Only the one change as well. Gardol out, so I think we're all backing the Demons to get the victory there. Bayswater against Wanturna South out at Bayswater Oval. That's a really interesting game. Bayswater have made it really hard out there on their home track, as they did last year. And they're coming off a disappointing loss. They do take on a Wanturna South side, though, that's starting to really hit their straps, Ryan.
Yeah, I think you're right. And obviously, you're correct. They have played pretty well at home. And last week would have been a disappointing result against North Ringwood, a 1-point loss that if they had won that game, they'd be sitting inside the top 5 right now. So they are showing out their best. They can play finals footy at the end of the season. Those are the games they need to win last week.
Yeah.
But big tasks ahead. Obviously, Bryce Gelvin comes back into side. I think Paul Hasbrook is back in as well, so that some important ins. It's a big ask, though, against Wanturna South, because they played a really consistent brand of football this season. We saw that a couple of weeks ago when they hosted Montrose, and their losses have been games that they potentially could have won too. So for me, the Devils get the job done, but I think it'll be close.
Yeah, Devils for me to win, but I think Bayswater will be pretty competitive at home like they have been right throughout the season.
Yeah, I think so too, and the Devils do get back Nathan Deans into that back line, and Charlie Stewart obviously comes back for Bayswater. Hayden Schroeder is a big out though, so a couple of losses there as well for Bayswater. But yeah, I'm backing the Devils to get the victory. North Ringwood against Beaconsfield. North Ringwood are a much tougher side to play out at Quamby Reserve. I reckon they've only lost once out there this year, and that was at the hands of Mitcham by 2 goals. So it's a big ask for Beaconsfield, but after last week's second half, they'll really want a response.
Yeah, Spider, they'll be pretty disappointed with that second half, because up until then they hadn't played a bad half of football. Really, they'd been really consistent. Even then, their losses to South Belgrave and so on. So a big big task for them just to get back on track. North Ringwood don't know what to expect from North Ringwood from week to week, because they've come out and played some really poor quarters of football, especially that first quarter against Montrose a few weeks back would have been really disappointing. Last week back on track at home. They're a much better side. I think it'll be close, but I think Beaconsfield just have too much talent.
I have to agree with Beaconsfield there, Ryan. I think they'll get over the line. Mick Fogarty doing some wonderful things with this young and up-and-coming team. And they've got the potential to play some finals and do good things in it. North Ringwood, their fortunes have been fluctuating throughout the course of the year. They're just lacking a bit of consistency week after week for me. I think they might... I think this will be a bit of an arm wrestle. Beaconsfield in a narrow one, but North Ringwood need to continue to put 4 quarters together and put together some more positive performances for me.
Yeah, and then the final Division 1 game, Moorbark against Mitcham, also a preliminary final rematch from last year. The Mustangs won 3 times, including both regular season games against the Tigers, but obviously they've had some losses as well. Have Moorbark and Mitcham have just continued to improve. No Caden Mackey, no Kane Noonan in that midfield, no Jared Gilby as well for the Mustangs. And when you're going up against the midfield with the likes of Jesse Cherry, the Hallow brothers, Nick coming back into the lineup recently, and it's going to be a big ask. And Baklava and Rock too, it's a big ask for Moorbark, I reckon. At home, I think you tipped them as their uppy. They're a chance, but I think Mitcham's midfield is just a little too strong.
Well, I think I had him in before I sort of realised that Mackey and Noonan were both out, and obviously Mitcham's midfield has improved with Nick Hello back into the side last week, his first full game for the Tigers. Jesse Uren comes back into the side last week. So they're back at full strength. Jesse Cherry's had a fantastic start to the season. So I think it's a tough ask, but the Tigers probably haven't belted side, Spider. Even in their wins, they've been close ones against sides like Lilydale. And Moorbark have been really competitive, and they've had a lot of close losses. The Beaconsfield loss the week before that against Bayswater. So I don't see this game being a big margin. If Mitcham do win, I don't think they'd win by more than 3 or 4 goals.
Yeah, they're a workman-like side, Mitcham. I don't think they're a side that are really going to crush teams throughout the course of the year. It's just not the way that they play. They just play for consistent quarters, and when they win games, they're winning by 4 to 5, 6 goals. So they've got a really strong midfield. When they go forward, they make it count on the scoreboard, and their defence has been really sound. So I think that's a real asset to them, and Winterton will be just looking for their form to continue. I think they'll get the job done. Moorbark are always tough to beat at home, but I think they'll have too much class for them.
Yeah, I think so too. And we'll briefly finally touch on Premier Division as well. Of course, we've got the 6 games happening there. Briefly touch on it because we're going to go to another break shortly. Park Orchards against Balwyn, second versus bottom. It's hard for me to see Park Orchards.
Balwyn win that one.
Yeah, Balwyn for me. I think that's going to be quite a significant margin. They just haven't got the personnel to compete with what has been a really impressive outfit from the Tigers. They're looking very ominous and building that percentage, and they have all the ability to finish top 2 for me, the way things are tracking at the moment.
Definitely. Blackburn against Doncaster as well out at Morton Park. It's also hard for me to see Blackburn dropping this. They bring back Fraser Elliott. Doncaster still don't have Carl Vickers, obviously, on VFL duties, and they lose Robbie Gray as well. It's hard for me to see Doncaster getting close to the Burners.
No, Blackburn at home though, Ryan. They've got to be careful.
They've got to be careful. You've got to be careful each week.
Mindset today. One of those games where you can be caught off guard. I mean, Blackburn had to come from behind last week against Norwood, so a couple of key outs. But I think Blackburn have the player depth to come in and get the victory. But they'll want to respect Doncaster for what they are, and they're going to make sure that they get the job done, because it's a team that they've had some pretty good battles with in recent times, and those results have been quite close. So Blackburn for me, but I think it'll be around about a 5 or 6 goal mark.
I think probably unlike this division where there's a couple sides at the bottom end of the table that you can probably play pretty poorly and still get across the line. You can't do that in Premier Division. You just have to be at your best each week, otherwise you will get done. So they've got to come with the right attitude, but in saying that, they have done that. They're winning, I think, 4 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row. So they're on a good track at the moment. No, Ainsworth's out. They've got a couple outs there.
Baker out of the side again today.
But I think they'll be comfortable winners at home.
Yeah, and obviously they haven't lost at home as well this season. I think they've played 3 games at home this year. They've won all of them, including last
And they've got a
week.
tough draw coming up in the second half of the season. Play some quality teams. Rove have got to back up against Baldwin again in Noble Park, and East Ringwood. So they've got a lot ahead of them. That's why it's important for them to get the wins on the board.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go to one more break here on the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll introduce the rest of the call team ahead of this big clash between Ringwood and East Burwood.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live today for Jubilee Park for the Division 2 clash between Ringwood and East Burwood. The first meeting between these two sides since their preliminary final match at Walker Park last year. All the action will once more, of course, be live streamed on Facebook and YouTube, as well as on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM. I'm Josh Wood. Pre-game is run and done, which means it's time to introduce the rest of the call team for today, and it's a pretty small call team at that as well. My co-caller for today is Brett Beston. Great to be calling alongside you, Besto.
Yeah, great to be here, Josh. Here, of course, lovely ground at Jubilee Oval. We talked about last week and the condition that the ground was in, but this one would be as good, if not better. It looks absolutely a picture, and of course, it's a cricket ground as well, so they generally shape up pretty well. But yeah, great conditions. Conditions overhead are good. I don't think we're expecting any rain, and 5v7, so plenty to play for today.
It definitely is, and of course, as you mentioned, a cricket stadium. Our former media manager, of course, Matt Bodier, had a terrific season out here at Jubilee Park, and it saw him earn him a Victorian State contract. Ryan Long on special comments today. It is a big clash. It is a big clash, and it's big, especially for East Burwood if they want to keep in touch with the top 5, because if they lose here, they're 3 games behind 5th place Ringwood.
Yeah, I actually think if they lose today, that's it for them. They've really got to win this one. It's an 8-point game, and it is really fascinating that we were at this game last year, sort of similar time of the year, and it was two sides that are at full strength looking for to really consolidate their spot in the top two. And then obviously now this year, both sides are back into the middle of the pack. And for East Burwood, you're right, it's a big opportunity to pinch a win over a side that's going to finish probably around the similar spot on the ladder. They're probably going for that fifth spot, I think. I think the top four I expect to all play finals. Is that fifth spot that Ringwood hold on to at the moment that East Burwood will probably need a pinch if they are to play finals this year.
Definitely, and of course we've got our two boundary riders, John O'Van, and I believe we've got our an intern on the boundary today as well, Dylan Smith down there on debut today. So
has Jono thrown him under?
I'm not too sure.
No, he's here. Good afternoon to you guys. And well, what a day it is. What a place this is. Absolutely love Jubilee Park. Can't wait for the action to get started. All the best to you guys on the call.
Yeah, and I noticed as well you're wearing a Ringwood Rams cap as well. Wrong sport. You got the wrong sport. You got the wrong sport.
Mate, only I'm allowed to determine what's a wrong sport, mate. Thank you very much. No, I just thought, it's the Rams' home ground. I suppose if I was wearing maybe Ringwood Redbacks kit, my role would be in jeopardy. But I'm not a Ringwood supporter, luckily.
And technically the Rams are playing today, but it's the away side as well.
Touche.
Yeah, and what are conditions like on ground level? I was down there a little earlier today. It's in absolutely perfect nick as it is always. Any wind to speak of as well?
Oh, it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be one of those days where I'm going to say the wind's off, the wind's on. It's going to be a very confusing day in terms of weather, but hey, we're in Melbourne after all. Clouds are parting. We might see a little bit of blue sky, but as you say, Wardy, conditions are absolutely mint down here. Love this carpet of a ground here at Jubilee Park.
Yeah, it is a beautiful ground, and a ground that has hosted many classics, including in recent histories. Of course, the last time we were out here at Jubilee Park, Division 3 Grand Final day, the reserves went into overtime, and that was obviously a Waverley Blues win, and then the senior Grand Final as well. Waverley Blues got on top of Donvale, but just by 2 points, and you were calling that game alongside Ryan Long Besto. It was. If it's similar to that day, we're in for an absolute ripper.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think this will be a good game today. But as you guys were speaking, it's really East Burwood. It's still a die for them today because they are 2 wins adrift of that fifth spot. And if they lose today, you'd have to think that's probably curtains for their season. So look, both sides will be. Ringwood will be dead keen to win as well. But I think there's more on the line for East Burwood today, and it's just simply a must-win game for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we've got a bit of time because the reserves just finished. East Burwood 61-point winners there, 95-34. So we'll continue on our discussion about Premier Division. And off the bat, I know you're excited about this match, Besto. Noble Park against Vermont at Pat Wright Senior Oval, 4th versus 5th in Premier Division. And Vermont have been in really good form ever since we saw them against East Ringwood. Obviously, they went down by 90 points, but I think they've won their last 3 games, and they take on a Noble Park side that's been inconsistent, but still finds ways to win and has plenty of talent on that list, led by the likes of Jackson Sketcher and Chris Horn-Milne in midfield.
100%. I mean, there was question marks when we lost Sketcher. I shouldn't say we. When they lost Sketcher. Very early in the season, and then of course we had Shane McDonald, the new recruit, who'd come across, and he didn't even get to step onto the ground. So look, that Horton-Milne and Sketcher are going to have to shoulder the workload, but there's plenty of other good players. I mean, Ryan Morrison is an absolute anchor down back. You've got the likes of Luke Ball, the Marstons, etc. So there's enough talent there. But this Vermont side, they've been really hard to get a read on. I mean, as you say, they looked pretty much shot in the early stages of the season, but they've won 3 on the trot. So you certainly can't write them off today, but I am. Go the Bulls.
Yeah, I'm still backing the Bulls, but I think Vermont will definitely be up for the fight out there at Pat Wright Senior Oval. They're in really good form, led by Adrian Kalkowski up forward. Lockie Johns is starting to hit some real good form in midfield as well. A terrific game last week, so it's a somewhat danger game as well.
Are they a bit Lockie Johns dependent though?
Well,
he is very, very important to their side.
They've brought back Alex Greenwood, so obviously he can help out in midfield as East Burwood come out onto the ground now. But yeah, I think they still heavily rely, I feel, on Lachlan Johns, but Greenwood is there to help support him. But I think Noble Park's midfield is just a little too strong. It'll get on top, and they should get up. We've also a couple of other games. Norwood and East Ringwood, just off the road from here at Mullum Reserve. The Roos are flying at the moment, Ryan, and you got Norwood as well, coming off a loss, but they've shown plenty of promise to start this season. It's hard to back it. It's hard to go against East Ringwood. Actually, it's hard to go against East Ringwood, but I think Norwood are a real shout out at home.
Oh, there'll be a chance. I'll certainly stick with them for at least 3 quarters. I think that they showed that they can play a really strong brand of football against Noble Park away from home, where they were able to pinch a 1-point win. They're really good against Blackburn for about 3 quarters. Had control of that game, and then obviously fell away late. Lockie Dixon hurts having him out of the side. Yeah. I think that's a couple times that he's been in and out. So obviously Maloney hasn't played this season, so still a lot of upside for Norwood. They're the kind of side that I can definitely see them pinching a few upsets. I just think it's pretty hard though to tip them against East Ringwood, because East Ringwood have just been phenomenal. They haven't done anything wrong coming up a division. There's not too many sides that jump into Premier.
Haven't they?
Yeah, that start the season 5-1. It's
remarkable.
Yeah, it is.
And their one loss was by 2 points under lights against South Croydon, so they could definitely be unbeaten. It's been a remarkable start to the season for the Roos, and they'll definitely come in as hot favourites against Norwood. And then the final game out at Zerby's Reserve, Doncaster East against Roval. I believe we've got Ray Baird out there at the game, so we'll be getting updates from him, I believe, out there. And it's a big clash for Roval, taking on the Doncaster East side that's looking to rebound Besto following a loss to East Ringwood. I think they sit in third. They've got a really strong percentage as well. And Roval, they just really haven't found form to start this season. They've had their struggles, and against the Doncaster East side, that's really had a good start to the season. It's hard to go against them at home.
Yeah, look, it is. Roval obviously have not quite hit the heights that they did last year and reaching the grand final and getting absolutely flogged by Noble Park. Sorry, I've got to stop saying that. But having said that, Doncaster East, they looked really, really good at the start of the season, and they've just shown 1 or 2 frailties in the last couple of weeks. So, I think, to be honest, it's a really tough one to call. I got my money on Donny East. But Roval could get the job done today. Yeah,
I think they did. They're still a really good side. Obviously, there's a bit that's changed since the grand final day. But they've brought in Pierce Rosby as well from Frankston's VFL side, so that's a handy inclusion for them. And Doncaster East as well. I think James Appleby's come back into the lineup as well, so he's a star. And you add that to the likes of Chris Phelan, Tom Bell in midfield, Lachlan Waddle and Ruck. They're going to be a hard side to beat at Zerby's Reserve. Well, that's all our games done. Should we go through the Oracle's tips for each game, Ryan Long? I think we should go through the Oracle. Or
I haven't got it up in front of me at the moment.
I do have it in front of me.
Well, if you want to go too quickly, because the umpires are coming out now, so we are pretty close to the start of the game. So quickly run us through some of the key ones there.
Yeah, so Premier Division, East tipped Balwyn to comfortably win against Park Orchards. South Croydon to win against Balwyn. Quickly to boundary side to John O'Ven.
Thanks, Wardy. Just a quick update, 5 minutes to go or so before the start of the game.
Beautiful. So we got a little bit of time. Blackburn to win by 43 points against Doncaster. Norwood and East Ringwood to be close, 13 points. The Roos to win there. Vermont to defeat Noble Park by 21 points. Besto.
Dream on.
The Doncaster.
The Oracle's been drinking again.
The Doncaster East to defeat Roval as well by 29 points, 90 to 61. Into Division 1, Bayswater and Wanturna South to be very close. Wanturna South by 9 points. He's tipped Moolbark to defeat Mitcham 100 to 72 out there at Heights Reserve. South Belgrave by 33 points over Lilydale, but they only score 89 points. So potential. If he gets that right, then he's not just the Oracle, he's Nostradamus. Montrose to defeat Croydon, and Beaconsfield to get over the top of North Ringwood. Into Division 2, we'll skip this match. We'll skip what the Oracle's tips are saying for a little later. He's tipped up a Ferntree Gully to win against Baronia by 77 points.
That will be a mistake.
I think that is a bit of a mistake. So if he gets that right, though, that's quite remarkable. Waverley Blues by only only 13 points against the Basin. Mulgrave to defeat Heathmont by 30 points, 103 to 73. So Division 2 has gone a little wild, and Templestowe 81 to 58. John O'Ven, boundary side, I believe the toss has just been done.
Indeed we have, and there's also the coin has been won and done by Max Willis, the captain of East Burwood. They'll be kicking to the Gardini Avenue end of Jubilee Park.
So East Burwood kicking to the left of your radio dial, Ringwood to the right of your radio dial to the Aqua Nation, and quickly some more Division 3 Oracle scores. Oakley District to win against the Coldstream. Domval to defeat Warrandyte. Sylvan by 9 points over Whitehorse. Ferntree Gully comfortable over Fair Park. Division 4 Forest Hill only just over Nunawading. Kilsyth comfortably over Croydon North Emlock, and Scoresby also comfortably over Churnside Park. And in this match, he has East Burwood to win by 26 points over Ringwood, 89 to 63. So it's time we got our tips. We'll go down boundary side first up. John O'Ven, do you have a tip? I'm sure Matt Spider-Lee will be very happy with that. Ryan Long, EFNL Media Manager.
I'm going to tip Ringwood. Really even match. I think there's a lot riding on this game for East Burwood, as we said, but Ringwood just on the consistent form, that probably a little bit more consistent than Ringwood.
Besto?
Yeah, I'm going with Ringwood as well. I think it'll be relatively close. I'd go maybe 8 to 10 points in favour of Ringwood, the home side.
Yeah, I'm going to back Ringwood as well. I think it has the potential to be under a goal, but I'm going to tip a similar margin to you. Well, teams are slowly starting to move into position here. Umpires are in position as well. Brett Beston, I'll let you get us underway for the Division 2 clash between Ringwood and East Burwood.
Thank you, Wardy. 5v7, so plenty to play for as the umpire throws it up they fly. Latchford got the first hit out for Ringwood, but the ball's come out and they've got the clearance as well. They go forward inside 50. It's a long kick too, and it's been beautifully taken over there. Brereton, that's a fantastic start for Ringwood. It's Mitch Brereton, he's kicked 16 goals so far this year, winning it out of the middle and bang, straight inside 50. And Brereton will go back. It's not an easy kick, he's on a bit of an angle, but
he kicked 4 goals, including the match winner last week as well. So yeah, he's really
he's a good kick, he is. So you'd expect him to give this a nudge. But let's see how he goes. This would be a dream start for Ringwood if he can put this through. Here he comes. On its way, let's watch the goal umpire, but it's missed. He was tapping the chest pretty early. So Brereton misses, but it's the first score of the day. One behind plays no score. Bendigo back to scoreboard, just coming up to a minute play.
So East Burwood, the captain, Max Wills, who was awarded best on ground when you were obviously out here last year.
This
matchup last year. And he's an absolute
This is the other issue of this ground. When you haven't got the guys behind the goals, we did wait for a few times to get the ball back.
It would be a pretty long wait as we
there'll be long
finally have the kick as goes the short kick there in the direction of Angus Reddy. He goes back in the direction of Max Wells. He'll need to have a big game once more if the Rams are to get up here. He's looking to go down the line here in the direction of his ruckman, half forward Riley Addard. It's a holding the man free kick going in the direction. I'm not too sure.
Hammond,
I beg your pardon. We're going to get these numbers all whacked up to start this game as Ringwood get the intercept here. Jacob Bell gets the handball over the top here, and Ringwood are out here through Brad Stewart. They're looking to go inside 50. Burton, the deep target from behind, couldn't take the mark. It's out the back here, and out the back is Josh Mikoda, couldn't control the ball, and doing well there, Jacob Pilker. And East Burwood will try to rebound. Mitch Jackson underneath this ball alongside Jordan Wright. East Burwood will be able to rebound, and they look to push towards centre wing here. Marcus Young taking the mark. He's going inboard. The Rams are out here. Option over the top here in Riley Addard. On the chase there is Sean Lucas. He did really well. Could have been holding the man free kick.
It's like a piggyback.
He gets the ball. They managed to take control of the ball to East Burwood, and I think that's Angus Reddy who gets the handball over the top there in the direction of Michael O'Dwyer, the Rock. Doing well there was Tim Jones, the ever-reliable Tim Jones, but East Burwood will look to get it inside 50, but it's cut off, and Ringwood will have the chance to rebound.
So a good little period for East Burwood, but they go scoreless, but showing some good signs as the ball goes out. It's around half back. taken there by Blythe. He'll be a key figure today as he gets a handball over the top. And they're out here, East Ringwood. Can they get something going? Little handball over the top. Now they go long to around about half forward, trying to hit a target. Over the top, ball goes towards the boundary, and it will bounce over the boundary line, and that's a good time to go straight to the boundary.
Thanks very much, Besto. Look, I couldn't just help notice, but that Marcus Young might just be a little bit worse for wear in the first quarter. He's got a few knocks early in the hands of the trainer. Trainer didn't have to attend to him, but he's one to watch, I think, for the moment.
So I won't want to lose him. He's a very important player, Marcus Young, as the ball goes in from the for the throw-in. And on the ground there, getting up with it was Jackson. 11 goals for him this season, so he's another key figure. And we'll have a ball up.
So ball up in East Burwood's attacking 50, taking it out of ruck was Jacob Williams, and it's a handball to Ashtag, but it was under pressure there by Michael O'Dwyer, and it's just another ball up. So Williams against O'Dwyer. Williams got the tap down. Matt Mariani in the middle of that pack, and I think that's Cody Logan who just thumps it to true centre wing here. And East Burwood, if they get the ball here, they are out here, and a good turn of speed there from Angus Reddy, and they're going inside 50 here in the direction of Barlow. He's under good pressure from Jacob May. He gets the kick away somehow though, but Ringwood will be able to intercept there, but in turn it's nearly intercepted by Braden Barlow, who can control it. He goes from the boundary. This will be a great first goal. It's gone over the top. Has it gone through?
It's a goal.
I think it is.
It's a goal.
It is a goal for Braden Barlow. What a terrific start for East Burwood. They hit the lead, one straight 6, Ringwood, one behind, 4.5 minutes played here in this first quarter. Going down boundary side to John O'Ven.
I can't help but notice, but Braden Barlow already had the hand up when the Sharon left his boot. He knew he had it as soon as he kicked it. Amazing.
That's already a Tobin Brothers goal
it has
of
to
the
be.
day contender.
You read my mind. That was a beautiful, and you couldn't get too excited because we didn't know if it was through or not. But
the lid was already off. I can almost guarantee
that
it.
Was, certainly going to be hard to beat that for the goal of the day. But great finish. And then for those who are listening on the radio, East Burwood are in their clash jumpers, the grey jumper. So they're complete number changes, which has done a number on you guys.
Every single player has
a different number.
Has a different number.
Stay with us. Bear with us with the numbers.
It's like a lottery. Latchford gets the hit out from the middle, and it's on the ground, picked up there by Pearson. So the ball is hurried forward into the hands there of Logan, who gets it forward. Good mark taken over there by Connolly. Ryan's done me a massive favour. He's written all these numbers out for me. So I'm not quite as lost as Wardy is with the number changes. As the ball goes forward, trying to get his hands on it there was Pearson. On the ground, nicely roved there. Good work there by Blythe. Blythe puts it on the boot, slams it down the line, trying to hit a target, but there's only East Burwood players back there. And they should be able to find a target, and they do. Nice short kick. Good start to this game, nice and entertaining as the ball goes in the middle of the ground, taken there by Wright. Wright decides to play in quickly, kicks it to about half forward, and beautiful mark coming in there from Kyle Dove, the ex-Blackburn man. And he will go back and line up for East Burwood's first goal.
I believe he was playing predominantly back to start the season, but he's been swung up forward here. Obviously their forward line is a little short, so obviously he's a proven goal kicker at Blackburn.
I seem to remember him playing half forward flank for Blackburn, but I could be wrong. Here he comes, Kyle Dove. Strikes it. How does it look? The crowd like it. The umpire likes it. Everybody likes it. And Kyle Dove has his first of the day, and East Burwood's first of the day, and they take the lead. It's their second goal, should I say? And they lead by 2 goals straight to 1 behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had about 6.5 gone.
Yeah, great start for the Rams, and they've been able to find some targets up forward, and obviously they're a good finish and a good start for them.
It's the perfect start. Ringwood had pretty much all the territory, I feel. Or they had the early ascendancy, but East Burwood, they've been able to go inside 50 a couple of times.
Just had that patience.
Yeah, they've
all
been
about scoreboard pressure, isn't it? And they couldn't get the points on the board.
It definitely is. As we're back in the middle, Michael O'Dwyer against Jet Latchford down there, and Latchford gets the tap down. Ringwood will be able to get the clearance through. Jacob Bell holding the ball, in fact, going in the direction of East Burwood. Looks like it's Jamie Kempson, not Jamie Kempson, I beg your pardon, Aaron Foss, one of the new recruits for East Burwood with the free kick. Here goes the short chipping ball to Jamie Kempson. Going over the top here in the direction of Jordan De Zilwa. He's got Michael O'Dwyer short. He's not the tallest, but as David Jensen said in pre-game, he seems like a fifth midfielder for East Burwood as he's looking to go long down the line here. It's intercepted well by his fellow ruckman, Jet Latchford, as Ringwood will look to rebound here. He's going to the far side once more. It's all East Burwood though, and a really good mark taken there by Michael O'Dwyer. It's kick to kick between the two ruckmen now. It's out on centre wing. He's got the short option here in Riley Addard. He's looking to go inside 50 Addard. Not a whole lot of options. It might fall out the back here for East Burwood, but it's going to be Ringwood who pick up the intercept. Stephen Brown, one of the experienced members, but it's going to be intercepted here on centre wing, and East Burwood will look to go inside 50 in the direction of Darb. In front of the pack there, the mark is taken by James Connellan. A really good mark taken there by Connellan. Big chance for East Burwood to have their third on the board early on, Ryan Long.
Yeah, and that kick out of defence of Latchford, it's just such a dangerous one when you've got two East Burwood players around him, so you've got to hit your target there, and it just overcooked the kick. So James Connellan, of course, coming across from Whitefriars this season. He'll kick from about 25 metres out from 45-degree angle. Comes in now. It looks pretty good. It's just drifting to the left. It's going to be punched through by Latchford for a minor score. East Burwood move to 2-1, 13 Ringwood, just the one behind. We've just ticked over 9 minutes here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. John O'Van, boundary side.
Thanks very much, Wardy. The other live scored game appeared on game day between Waverley Blues and the Basin. Apparently the Basin lead by one straight. Waverley Blues yet to score.
So ball comes out to the far side of the ground where Murcotta takes the mark just in front of the scoreboard, but he's turned it over. Kick went straight back inside to Matt Mariani. Matt takes off, puts it on the boot. He'll be a key figure today, the stalwart of this club, and he gets a kick forward. And it's been taken though by Ringwood. Not the best of kicks from Matt Mariani. Good player, of course, fantastic player. Finds Latchford, who's made a really good start to this game. He's been very prominent early. Gets a little handball off. Slow and steady, little chip inside, finds Stewart. Stewart switches the play, goes right out to the far side of the ground. Not making a lot of ground here, Ringwood, but they're keeping possession, which is important. That's not such a good kick. And it gets out of the way of Annett, who was there, and he couldn't keep it in, and the ball goes out of bounds for a throw-in, right about half-back in Ringwood, or Ringwood's half-back line.
Just taking a bit longer to settle into the game at the moment. Some of their disposal haven't quite hit their targets.
I was about to say they're not been the greatest kick at times, as Latchford just gets a big fist forward there. He couldn't control the ball there, could Mitch Jackson, but Mitch Annett is on hands and knees, of course, on Ringwood debut. There's a man out here, but Matt Mariani on hands and knees as he always is, and Jordan Wright, he tried to find his teammate but couldn't. Mitch Jackson's on the run here and he is dangerous. He's got a man inboard here and that's Jack Blythe, who tries to chip it over the top. A great smother there, and East Burwood will be able to intercept here, and they'll look to rebound from defence. Out on the lead there is Cody Logan. Free kick paid against Ash Stagg there, so free kick going in the direction of Logan, who's also a superstar of this East Burwood lineup. Also, I believe a former Vermont man. He's looking to push to true centre wing. Latchford, the big target there, couldn't haul it in. He gets the handball there to Mitch Annett. Was he being held there? He was. He was being hounded, in fact, by Riley Addard. So he gets the free kick here, does the Ringwood senior debutant. He gets the handball received there in the direction of his teammate, who's looking to go to half-forward flank here. Couldn't control it. It's all East Burwood on the ground, and Cody Logan just thumps it away right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Couldn't haul it in. Brad Stewart, and it's just going to be a boundary throw in here as John O'Van gets a touch of the leather there. Feels pretty good. It feels pretty good, doesn't it, Jono?
4 Supercoach points, J-Ven. Thank you very much.
So it's a boundary. So a boundary throw in here. Michael O'Dwyer against Latchford. Latchford got front position and Lachlan McDonald gets the clearance. Max Wills couldn't haul in the mark, but he was infringed upon by Jacob Williams, and he'll get the free kick. He's got a man out on the far side here. It's Hammond. He's looking to go inboard in the direction of Jacob Pilker. He's got a man wide open on this far side, or a couple of men, including Cody Logan, who's had a bit of the ball the last couple of minutes. Short option here in the direction of Jordan De Silva. Logan gets the ball back. O'Dwyer has his hands on the ball now, gets the handball over the top to Wright, who's under pressure from Annett. It's a high free kick, and East Burwood will be able to push a little further forward with ball in hand in the hands of Jacob Mulcreen. He goes inside 50 and a good mark taken there by Adrian Di Giovanni, the former Knox man, who's looking for options. He's got a man wide open. He can't hit him, and Mitchinette, he's had a pretty decent start on Ringwood debut. He picks up the intercept there as Ringwood look to rebound, Brett Beston.
So Bell with the footy, just inside 50, looking around for options. Not too much to kick to, or not too many to kick to at the moment. Puts a kick, he's overcooked it, and here's an opportunity for O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer drills it inside, goes past Dove. He's already got one today. Ball on the ground. I think that's Dove trying to get at him. No, in fact, it wasn't Dove. It was Barlow trying to get his hands on it. Expect him to be among the goals today if the ball goes out wide. Nice mark taken by Boone. So Boone taking a bit of time. And finally goes down the line, kicking to run about centre wing. Oh, good kicker in the end. Quick transfer too, and they get a little bit of go forward. It's Williams. Williams calls of holding the ball, and has he been pinged?
I think it's high.
High tackle.
High tackle. So Williams with the free kick. Puts it onto the left boot. I'll tell you what, the smell of these burgers is absolutely driving me nuts. Coming
I thought the same.
I'm getting hungrier and hungrier by the minute as the ball goes in the middle, about hard centre half back to Jenkins. Jenkins switches it right across the other side of the ground. Getting over there was Di Giovanni. Keeping possession East Burwood as they try to get it forward into the centre of the ground. Finds O'Dwyer, the big ruckman. O'Dwyer drills it forward. Kick really to nobody in particular, but Kerrigan is there. In fact, it wasn't him in the end that got the ball, but they go inside 50, bouncing around towards the boundary line, and in the end it's out of bounds over there on the far side of the ground. So we've had about 14 and a half minutes in this first term, and it's East Burwood with the lead. They have a couple of goals, and they lead 2-1, 13-1 behind Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So boundary throwing here in East Burwood's forward 50. On ruck duties is Carl Dove in there alongside Latchford. Dove just gets the kick away, took it out of ruck, and it's in a dangerous spot, but it's all Ringwood. The East Burwood man did really well there, did Pearson. It's just going to be a ball up here. In a dangerous spot, though, for Ringwood. They won't want to concede another goal there. East Burwood have done pretty much all the attacking this quarter as Latchford got a decent fist there. It's out the back here for Keegren. Couldn't get the proper kick away, though. And Toby Godfrey is immediately under pressure there. It's a ball up. Centre half forward for East Burwood out here, who hold a 2-goal advantage. In ruck is Michael O'Dwyer once again against Latchford. Latchford got the tap down from behind. Chasing it is Cody Logan under Mitch Jackson pressure. He gets the handball back to Kempson, I beg your pardon. They're out here, Ringwood, but the ball is instead going to be intercepted. They do lots of pressure there, and that's holding the ball. Brilliant tackle there by Josh Meercotta. Lachlan McDonald with really good pressure as well. Meercotta going inside 50. Burton with the mark, he took it! So Mitch Burton, that's a terrific mark there from who is a superstar, a key player up forward for Ringwood. And they have a chance to get their first goal after, well, East Burwood dominance the last couple of minutes, Ryan Long.
Yeah, definitely. And the kick, I thought Wills was probably in a good position to intercept mark that one, but a big fly from Burton, and you know he's capable of that, and he's capable of kicking this as well.
He definitely is capable as he comes in now from directly in front, 30 metres out. It's a skimmer, but it's there. Mitch Burton gets the first on the board for the Redbacks there, 1-1-7 East Burwood, 2-1-13. 16 minutes played here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It wasn't his best kick, but he still kicked it.
Such a low kick of the ball. I thought that might be touched on the line, but did enough to get across, and they needed that one because probably East Burwood had probably controlled majority of this first quarter, 16 minutes in. Just an update out at Dominic Reserve. Ball in 3 straight, 18 lead Park Orchards, 1-1-7.
Thank you, Ryan. So back in the middle. Umpire taking his time here. Come on, ump. We haven't got all day. Be dark soon. 13-7, so entertaining start to this one. But Ringwood getting their first goal, and they probably needed that. They've made a good start to the game, but it's been all East Burwood in the last probably 10 minutes or so. But they get one to get them back in the game. Latchford, I think he got his hand to that one. He's been playing particularly well as they go forward again, East Burwood. If they could get another one here, this would be a huge fillip for them as the ball goes to ground. Walking away, I think, out of defence, there was Matthews, gets it forward and finds a target in Bell. Bell wheels around, goes to about out to nobody. Big wide open spaces over there. Going past it there was Anna. Now it's in the hands of Logan. We'll go to the boundary in a moment, and the umpire's whistle's gone. Let's get down to John O'Vin on the boundary.
Thanks for that. A score from Division 1, Murrelbach and Mitcham. Murrelbach trail 128 to 5-2-32.
So it's going to be Logan with the free kick. No, it's not Logan. It's going to go the way of Pearson in the end. Pearson goes inside 50, but there was only Ringwood players there, and they get the intercept.
As Latchford goes down the line here, taking the intercept there, Jacob Pilker. Latchford, I have to say as well, has had a really good start alongside Michael O'Dwyer, the two ruckmen really standing up as Pilker looking to go inside 50 here. A couple of one-on-ones as Latchford just thumps it away to the board line. I do think Latchford has had the dominance in ruck though, and around the ground as well. But O'Dwyer is definitely putting up a promising performance.
Sort of seen his career develop. I think we were there for his debut against the Bears last year. We've seen him a few times as well. So
he's become a key player of this Ringwood lineup. As under pressure there, I think it was Bradley Stewart. He gets the kick away. Logan was under pressure there by Ash Staggers. It's holding the man free kick. You could tell the Ringwood faithful a little disgruntled. As Logan will take it on true centre wing. Short option, he couldn't take the mark. Pilker and under pressure there by Jacob Williamson. Calls for ball, but it's just going to be a ball up here. Just under 19 minutes played here. It's still 6 points the margin. Ringwood 117, East Burwood 2-113 as O'Dwyer got the tap down. East Burwood man being held, and that was Aaron Foss who'll get the free kick. An inclusion today alongside Carl Dove. He's looking for the handball to Jamie Kempson. He does eventually get it to him. He avoids the Ringwood man in Tim Jones, looking to go near 50, but again, Jet Latchford, I reckon he's on track to break Darcy Moore's record in terms of intercept marks in the AFL as he goes the short chip there to Jack Murphy, who's also back in the side, out on the far side. He goes, Ringwood just slowly moving in the ball. In the middle there is Tim Jones, who I believe played a bit more midfield minutes last week. He goes the dangerous ball and a really good ball in the direction of Lachlan McDonald. He's not got a whole lot of options inside 50 here. He goes to the forward pocket and nearly on the side there was East Burwood man in Ferguson, but it's just going to be a ball up. Ringwood's attacking half though, Ryan.
Yeah, I think he looked sort of inbound, but saw that Wills was in the hole there and decided to go a bit more right.
So inside 50, the umpire to throw it up. It might have been a hand there from Williams. Good work from him. Ball on the ground. It's there to be contested. Picked up over there. Funny little handball back inside. And I think it's out of bounds over there. I was sure it was, but the umpire eventually says yes, it is. And we'll have a throw in. So the last thing East Burwood want to do is concede a goal here. They've worked their way back into this game. They're only trailing by a goal as we move into time on at the end of the first quarter. I wouldn't bet against Latchford getting the hit out, though. He's been very good. In fact, he's not going to be in this contest. It was Williams. That's a free kick for sure. Big push on Williams there. Has the umpire paid it? I think he has.
Yeah.
So, silly play. And Williams will go back and line them up.
I think he's kicked 7 goals in 6 games as well. Jacob Williams, a former under-19s best and fairest winner out here at Ringwood.
So, just taking absolutely fair.
Well, he'll be exhausted by the time he takes the kick. He's had to chase the footy for...
Oh, he's given it off, which is a bit unusual. He gives it off to Brown, and now the umpire says, hang on a second. I'm not having that. Just go back and take your kick, son. So, Williams getting some advice from the spectators to kick a goal, and absolutely he's got to go back and take responsibility. This player's giving it off to other players. It's just it's one of the blights on the game. Just back yourself in. Williams, he's going to be kicking from just inside the arc, so it is a long kick, but if he hits it well, he's got every chance. Left foot up, gets the big arc going, but he hasn't made good contact with that at all. Can someone get a mark in the goal square? It's there, and it's been knocked through for a point, so not a great kick by Williams after we told him to go for it. And it's gone through for a minor score, which makes the score now with 21 and a half gone, 2-1-13 to 1-2-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So it's Cody Logan with the kick in here to his captain, Max Wells. He was looking for the handball received to Logan, didn't go to him. Doesn't have too many options, but he does go in the direction of Jenkins. A really good mark. Jacob Williams has taken a couple of good, taken a good mark there. Missed the set shot from before, but that's a really good mark ahead of Michael O'Dwyer there. He's looking to go inside 50 here. Mitch Burton, the main target. Will he go the fly? No, he won't. It's out the back here for Mir Cotter. Logan, he's had plenty of the ball, and he gets the handball away to Ferguson. It's all Ringwood there, and taking the mark is Stephen Brown. He goes inboard in the direction of Lachlan McDonald. Not the greatest kick there to Jacob Bell, and they're forced to scrap here, and East Burwood will be able to get the intercept. Matt Mariani under plenty of pressure. He gets the high free kick conceded there by Aaron Boone. Man calling for on the far side here, but he does go to the far side in the direction of Jamie Kempson. Of course, a stellar first season last year, and he's looking to push further down the ground. Michael O'Dwyer, the big target there, couldn't take the mark, and it's East Burwood on the ground though, but it's picked up there by the ever-reliable Jack Blythe, who's going a really good kick in the direction of Aaron Boone, who couldn't haul it in. It's out the back here for Mitch Heckley. He goes inboard, but it's going to be picked up here by East Burwood. They'll look to get it out here. Kempson tried to find O'Dwyer. He did. They're under pressure. Matt Mariani is just forced to thump it long. From behind there, couldn't take the mark. Nick Pearson, and he's under plenty of Ringwood pressure. Just the ball up. Centre wing far side. 23 and a half minutes played here in this first quarter.
Yeah, probably Ringwood have had the better of East Burwood in the last 5 to 6 minutes, but still just their ball use probably... If they can clean that up a little bit, because they have turned it over.
Yeah, they have, as they look to push further forward. Mitch and Nett, who had a good couple of minutes not so long ago, gets the free kick there, and they look to go inside 50 as Mitch Burton is looking a bit ginger in front of us, so that would be a massive loss for Ringwood as he goes near 50, taking a really strong mark there. Good body work by Aaron Boone. Half forward flank here, far side. He's going to the far side. A really dangerous kick to Stephen Brown. Couldn't haul in the mark, and Jamie Kempson will be able to pick up the ball. Gets the handball away there to Nick Pearson, who evades a Ringwood tackler and goes long looking for Braden Barlow, and it's a downfield free kick. A bump off the ball there as Barlow is looking in the direction of Kyle Duff, who couldn't haul in the mark, and it's out the back here for Tom Murford, who's looking to push further down the line, and straight off the bench, Mitch Jackson, the captain, takes the mark, and Ringwood have the chance to rebound again.
And so Mitch Jackson calling his teammates to go forward. He's got no one to kick to at the moment. He eventually hits a target, but not a lot of ground game, probably about 10 or 15 metres as Bell takes it out. That's a bit of an ordinary kick as well, but the mark is taken. Stephen Brown. Brown goes right across the other side of the ground, and it was set up nicely there for Lucas. Lucas goes down the wing, trying to hit a target, and he does find a target. Good play by Ringwood here. They're getting some good go forward. Not the best of kicks, though, and the ball on the ground might have been a case for holding the ball, and there is. Tackle without the ball, should I say, as the kick goes inboard, trying to find a target, and it's been knocked away, but there was a whistle. So I reckon there's going to be a free kick here.
Tim Jones.
Yeah, shot on goal.
Yeah, so Tim Jones will go back and have a shot on goal. So this will be a real killer blow right on the stroke of quarter time.
12 inside 50s to 10 in favour of Ringwood in this quarter so far.
This will put Ringwood in front. It'll be the second of the game, but we're not going to say if it's going to go through or not. I'm not going to bet my house on it like I did last week.
You've already lost it.
I've been living in a tent for the last week. Here's Tim Jones now, sends it on its way, but I reckon it's going to be short, and it's been helped through for a minor score.
Thank heavens you didn't put your house on that one, Besto.
Maybe you should start betting because you need it back.
2-1-13 to 1-3-9. And we've had about 26 gone in the first term.
So Maxwell's with the kick in. I'm a little concerned with Mitch Burton as well. He's looked very, very ginger.
I thought you were going to say you were concerned with my house.
Yeah, I was concerned with your house too as well. As he goes down the line here, does Wells, and taking a really strong mark there. Matthew Jenkins, not a whole lot of options. He's forced to go back into defensive 50 in the direction of his captain, Max Wills, who goes the far side. Coney Logan has had a really good game. As the star defender. Doesn't have too many options down the line here, so he evades the tackler. Good stuff as the quarter time siren sounds out here at Jubilee Park. East Burwood lead 2-1-13, Ringwood 1-3-9. The goal kickers for that quarter, Mitch Burton, the only goal kicker for the Redbacks, and for East Burwood, Carl Dubb and Braden Barlow with singles. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, John O'Van will have one of the coaches and we'll bring you the second quarter of action between Ringwood and East Burwood.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Ringwood against East Burwood, Division 2 preliminary final rematch live from Jubilee Park, and it's the Rams who hold a slender advantage 2-1-13 to Ringwood 139 at the first break. Josh Woody alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long and John O'Van. Ryan, I believe you've got some scores?
Yeah, we'll jump into some of the scores around the grounds here at quarter time. Noble Park 4-2-26, lead Vermont 2-1-13. Berwick 3-3-21, leading South Croydon 1-2-8. Harrison Money back inside to change their forward line structure. Baldwin 4 straight 24. Park Orchards 3-2-20, so they've been able to get back into that game. Mitcham lead at quarter time 33-16 over Mooroolbark. Bayswater, big first quarter, 5 goals, 2-32 lead. Wanturna South 1-1-7. Jumping into Division 2, the Basin have a bit of a lead over Waverley Blues, 3-1-19 to 2-2-14. Mulgrave 4-1-25 over Heathmont, 1 straight 6. Probably wouldn't have saw that one early on. Oakley have an 8-point lead over Coldstream. Whitehorse a 7-point lead over Sylvan. Furniture Gully 28-1 over Fair Park. And then Doncaster East, I've just lost the score there, but Roval were in front by less than a kick. And then Division 4, Forest Hill, 4 straight 24 lead Nuttawading 2-2-14.
So Brett Beston, it was a very interesting quarter. We were talking off there just about how much it ebbed and flowed. Ringwood had their dominance, East Burwood had their dominance as well. And I feel like the scoreline is a fair reflection of how good this contest has been so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was nothing really in it. As you say, both sides had their periods of dominance. Ringwood started off well. East Burwood had that really good period for about 10 minutes, and then Ringwood sort of bounced back towards the back end of the quarter. So it looked very hard to say. Really, no one's on top at the moment. moment. 13-9, 3 goals in the game. Fairly even battle across really all parts of the ground. So everything to play for going forward into the second quarter.
Definitely is. Has there been anyone that stood out to either one of you? I feel like Jet Latchford has done it.
Yeah, for me, he's been absolutely fantastic in the Ringwood side. As we go down to the boundary.
Thanks, gents. I got Brett Rowe with me, coach of Ringwood. Tough start, but you started to claw your way back, as you addressed in the quarter-time huddle. Skills and also pace were a factor.
Yeah, look, we definitely didn't start as well as we would have liked. I think we just kind of got a little bit excited with our ball movement. We were trying to move the ball really quick when we'd spoken about, look, there's time and place when to go quick and when to just be a bit more composed with the footy. A couple of times we did it really well. It's slowly started to get the game back in our hands. But there's just some things we've just still got to address and hopefully tie up a bit.
Do you feel like that was, in the first quarter, it was a tale of two halves in one way? Because, for one, East Burwood were doing stuff, and then you just seem to inadvertently match them. Is that the way you sort of want to go about it in terms of defensive structure?
Oh, yeah, look, we want to be able to defend the ball better on occasions. Look, I think we just allowed them to get a bit of easy ball out of our forward 50, which was a bit disappointing. We spoke about that, just being aware about how they wanted to move the footy. If we can just address that, I think that if we force a turnover, then we'll get them going the other way. So it's just about being composed and just staying involved in the game and making good decisions as we go forward.
Well, thanks very much. All the best for the rest of the game.
So John O'Vin down there with Ringwood coach Brett Rowe. Of course, he's been with the Ringwood side for a number of years. Master coach, really is nosy stuff. So just waiting for play to restart as the crowd just sort of wander off the ground.
It is a pretty decent crowd out here today. Of course, the President's Lunch happened in which North Melbourne captain Luke McDonald was speaking at. So
yes.
it's a really good crowd out here.
So just waiting for the restart. The umpire holds the ball. He's about to hold the ball aloft, just making sure that everyone's in the right place that they have to be. Of course, with the 666, holds it aloft, and Josh Ward to get us underway for the second quarter.
So Michael O'Dwyer against Jet Latchford once more in ruck. It's Latchford a big fist forward there. It's East Burwood who looks set to get the clearance, though. They push further down the ground to centre half forward to Riley Addard and couldn't control the ball. Braden Barlow applying good pressure there on Brad Stewart. I beg your pardon, that was James Connellan, and it's at centre half forward for East Burwood. Another ball up, so an immediate centre clearance for the Rams, who of course got off to that fast start in that first quarter and will want to replicate that as Latchford got the tap down, trying to find, I think that was Mitch Jackson, and the captain of Ringwood was being held, or co-captain, of course his other captain James Parker is out today. He's pushing further down the line in the direction of Jacob Bell, who's looked pretty promising this game, in the direction there of Jacob Williams, who's threatened up forward but couldn't take the mark there. Under pressure there was Joel Ferguson, and it's just going to trickle out of bounds here for a boundary throw in Ringwood's attacking half as they look to get an early quick goal line long.
Yeah, first update out at Moreton Park, Blackburn 6-5-41 to Doncaster, 2 behinds. And also out at Montrose Recreation Reserve, Montrose 13-6 over Croydon.
Blake Tennant will be out there, no doubt.
I believe he's up in the country today.
Boundary.
Blake Tennant.
Let's go to the boundary with John O'Vin.
Yeah, what Wardy says is correct. I believe, let's just say he's down the coast.
I don't. This is enough talk about Blake Tennant. Let's get back to the footy.
He shouldn't be the centre of attention.
We don't actually need a running commentary on his whereabouts, but maybe we can get the GPS on him as Mariani brings it away. East Burwood throws it from the boot, gets it forward to Dove. Dove goes inside. This should be a goal. I reckon it will be, and it is. I think it was Pearson, was it? It was Pearson, so that was just a bit too easy coming out of the middle. And Pearson wanted ahead all the time in the world, and he's put it through. So great start to the second quarter for East Burwood, the away side today, and they extend their advantage out to 10. 3-1-19 plays 1-3-9 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're a couple of minutes into this second term.
So, in fact, I'm just looking at these numbers as well, the original numbers. Nick Pearson, I think, is the only non-number change today. So, a good start there for East Burwood in this second quarter. A 10-point lead now, just 2.5 minutes played here. So we're back in the middle. Latchford against O'Dwyer. Latchford went up uncontested, but East Burwood, they've done it well, trying to get the clearance. Jacob Bell couldn't control the ball there, and it looks like it's going to be another ball up. Matt Mariani, as he usually is, down at the bottom of that pack, the East Burwood superstar. Just another ball up. Latchford against O'Dwyer. Latchford, decent forward there to Ash Stagg, but East Burwood pick up the intercept, looking for James Connellan. It's going to go out the back here. Connellan tried to control the ball, but under Murphy pressure, they do manage to get it though to East Burwood and go inside 50 here through Matt Mariani in the direction of Kyle Dove in the forward pocket, and just going to be another boundary throw in here. Dangerous territory though for East Burwood in their forward pocket.
Let's go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
Yeah, first update from Kings Park, 65-2. Boronia lead Upper Fendry Gully.
Oh, jeez. Close one to call. That's ridiculous. So,
10-goal first quarter.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? As Brash would say if he was here, game over as the ball gets thrown in. Latchford again, centre of the contest. He gets the kick off the ground. Trying to get over there and get his hands on it was Stagg. Ball on the ground now as they go forward again. That's an easily dropped mark over there by Dwyer. I think it was had a bit too much time in the end. Ball comes inside now. They've got control of it. Marked there by Pearson. Has one goal today. In fact, it wasn't Pearson. Sorry, it was Logan. Logan. Now the handball over the top. They started really well with this quarter, East Burwood. Ringwood will need to get it sorted because it's all at the moment East Burwood. Trying to burst away there was added. And that should be a ball up, should I say, as the ball is wrapped up in the contest. Has he played holding the ball? No, he hasn't. Just for a moment, I thought he had. I thought that would have been harsh. So umpire to throw it up. Up she goes. Latchford again. I might have just got that one. Kick was partially smothered, bouncing around over there. Inside 50 still. Murfitt. There's two Murfitts playing today, Tom and Jack. That was Tom on that occasion. And the umpire says we'll throw it up again.
So still in East Burwood, it's attacking 50 here. Looks like I was about to say Riley Yaddard's on forward ruck duties there. Latchford got the tap down, but in the East Burwood man's direction, and it's a goal! So East Burwood, they get their second goal of the quarter early on. I didn't catch who kicked that goal, but it's a terrific finish there for East Burwood. They extend their advantage to 16, 4-1-25, Ringwood 139. 5 minutes played here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. I think it might have been Nick Pearson, boundary side, John O'Ben.
Sorry, Wardy, just as you say about the player, I couldn't identify him, but one thing that I am noticing is it's really starting to cool down a little bit earlier than usual. It was supposed to be around maybe 13, maybe 12 degrees towards the end of the game, but it's really starting to become a bit chilly down here at ground level.
And so, another week where it sounds like we've got soft boundary riders is Nick Pearson. We'll give it to Pearson anyway, that goal.
Besto, come down here and say that, mate.
Like last week, it was Wardy under the umbrella trying to get, because it was a bit of rain. Terrible stuff. As the ball goes forward, Latchford swings back and gets it for the Ringwood side. As they flick it inside into the hands there of Murfitt of the Tom variety. Goes forward trying to hit a target. No, it was Murcotter was there, but he couldn't get hands on it. Trying to get it there was Heckley, and that'll be wrapped up on the ground. Heckley was the tackler in the end. And we'll have a throw up. No, I'm quite happy up here, thanks, Jono. As the ball goes up and up, they fly. A real win there for a Dwyer, and they come out of the contest, East Burwood. They've made a really good start to the second quarter. They were well worth that goal, and they've extended their lead out to 16 points. Ringwood just need to steady the ship. They're not out of it yet, but East Burwood just starting to get a little bit on top, you feel.
Out at Templestowe Reserve, Templestowe 3-13-31, lead Knox 139.
So a bit of inaccurate kicking there for Templestowe. They could be up by a lot more. As it's a boundary throw in. Latchford against O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer got the tap from behind, but Ringwood looks set to get the clearance here. Brown was there as they push further forward to a 2-on-1. Couldn't take the mark there, Cody Logan. It's out the back for Joel Ferguson. His kick was partially smothered. Picking up the ball there was Ash Stagg under great pressure there by Jamie Kempson. Holding the ball, says the umpire. He's had a really good game, Kempson. Looking to go to Matt Mariani. Overcooked the ball though. It's out the back here, and East Burwood do have the numbers. They're looking to go inside 50 in the direction of Dove. And the big man takes another big mark, and East Burwood have a chance to kick their 5th of the match, and Carl Dove had a chance to kick his 2nd. We've only played 7.5 minutes here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So the former Blackburn and Port Melbourne man, he's come back to East Burwood this year. He comes in now pretty much directly in front barely any angle. It's just drifting to the left, and it'll stay there. Minor score for East Burwood. They move to 4-2-26. Ringwood 1-3-9. Just under 8 minutes played here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. John Van Boundary side.
Thanks very much, Morty. And despite the score, it's important to note I had actually Dylan in the East Burwood huddle, and one of the things that the Rams were saying was that they've been really happy with their centre clearances. That's a perfect example of that, despite the fact that it didn't go through for a maximum.
So it's Thomas Murphy with the footy, round about the half-back line, decides to switch it across the other side of the ground. Not making a lot of ground, but just retaining possession, looking for the way through. Little chip out there wide, finds Matthews. So Matthews just taking his time. Not a lot of pace in the game at the moment. Ringwood almost, it's like they want to slow it down, or whether they're not being allowed to play quicker. It's one of the two. Now it's in the hands of Lockie McDonald. And McDonald goes back. This is a really drab piece of play. Marked back there by Lucas. Goals are at the other end, fellas. So it's May with the footy now. Finally, they decide to get it forward. Good mark over there taken, far side of the grounds. They should be able to try and get something going forward now. Oh, almost caught the football over there as the ball goes high. And a good mark taken over there. Really good mark taken by Stagg, I think it is. So they should be able to go inside 50 or very close to it as the kick goes forward. Out towards the wing, but that's a nothing kick, and it's been cut off over there by Pilker. Player knocks it to his own advantage. Now it's in the hands of Kempson. Kempson gets it back inside, trying to get away from his man. There was Kerrihan over on the far side. Straight up in the air was that Mariani, I think, that kicked that. Now it's gone in the hands of nobody in particular. It's on the ground. Wells is there trying to pick it up. Really untidy piece of play. Now it's Wright, and they'll go forward here. Wright shrugs a tackle. The kick gets smothered in the middle of the ground. Umpire, just blow your whistle. This is one of the most untidy pieces of play in the whole game. Now it's Annett who tries to go forward. Little short kick inside, but to nobody in particular. Getting back there is Bell. Sorry, it wasn't Bell, it was O'Dwyer. It was pulled off the footy as the ball goes close to the boundary line. Now they hook it back into the field of play. Up flying it there was Jones, and Tim Jones. And still in over there is the ball in the hands of Kempson. Sorry, it was Stagg. And finally, the umpire says we will have a throw-in. So really untidy piece of play as we get a Ryan Long to clean us all up in the score centre.
First update out at Lilydale. They lead South Belgrade 4 straight 24-2, 113 at quarter time.
So ball up here, getting the ball there. It's Lachlan McDonald looking to push inside 50, but good pressure there applied by the East Burwood defence. And picking up the intercept there was Ben Hammond. Goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in here. Out on the full, I beg your pardon. As Lashford will take the free kick. Contender for Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day as he goes the short ball in the direction of Ash Stagg. Although he will be a contender if Ringwood do take the lead, as he's played a key role as they look to go inside 50 to Mitch Jackson. And it's intercepted here by East Burwood, and they've got a man on the outside here. He pushes further down the ground in the direction of Carl Dove. Can take the mark, a decent spoil from behind there by his man in, I think that's Josh Matthews, and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw in centre wing. East Burwood continuing to attack, and they'll look to add another goal to the scoreboard.
So 139 plays 4-2-26. The Rams, they've had the dominance in this quarter. As the ball is one out of the clearance, bursting out away with Jackson, gets a ball back. There's a chance for the Ringwood side to go inside 50 with Brown kicking it to full forward, but beautiful mark over there by Max Wells. He really is as solid as a rock down back for the East Burwood side, and he has been for a while. Wells trying to find someone to kick to, as he found a target. Beautifully weighted kick straight into the hands of Kerrihan. Kerrihan gets forward, also finds a target there. And the control of the footy's been really good, and now Wright looks around for someone to kick to, drills it down the line. Oh, great mark over there as well by Kempson. So just retaining the football, they just can't get their hands on it, Ringwood, at the moment. Having said that, they have now. No, in fact, they haven't. The mark was taken. I thought the player coming across had cut it off, but it's been marked over there. Is that
Marcus Young?
Marcus Young. So it's all East Burwood at the moment. Their control has been outstanding in the second quarter. They're almost playing the game on their own terms. And Marcus Young will go back and try and extend this lead. Brett Rye will be a bit concerned. It was a pretty even first term, but I don't know what's happened at quarter time, because it's been all East Burwood in the second term. So Marcus Young trying to kick the fifth, it'll be, if this one goes through. Slightly acute angle. He didn't make terribly good contact, and in fact he's missed. So wasted opportunity, 27-9, 139 plays 4-3-27 as we go boundary side, and we've had 12.5 in the second term.
Thanks, Besto. Bit of a left to right swirl forming down here, and I think end to end, and indeed just in general, the game is hovering around the boundary a lot.
So Matthews with the kick into the far side, a really good mark taken there by Marcus Young, who goes inboard in the direction of Keegren. He's looking to go inside 50 in the direction of Dove. Couldn't take the mark. It's out the back there. Matt Mariani trying to burst his way through, but instead trying to burst his way through there was Jacob May, and he's
very lucky, very lucky.
He was holding the man, in fact. So Jacob May, who's been a stalwart of the Ringwood defence the past couple of years, goes to the far side here to Jack Blythe. He goes inboard, a dangerous kick, but taking the mark there. Jack Murford. He goes back to Sean Lucas. Short chipping ball over the top. Another dangerous kick to Brad Stewart. Not a whole lot of options. He's going backwards to Jack Murford.
Just taking a lot of time to get the ball going forward for Ringwood, where East Burwood seem to be able to transition a lot quicker.
So Murford trying to find Aaron Boone.
And then that final kick as well, we saw before, you just can't play into Will's hands. They've got to lower their eyes and start to use the ball a little bit better going inside 50.
Yeah, 100% right. Definitely the transition from East Burwood from end to end has been a lot sharper, a lot quicker. Having said that, they've turned this one over as the mark is taken, so a chance for Ringwood to get something going here. Kick out wide, finds a target in, I think that's Brereton out there. Now they go out wide. Just a lumbering run up the wing here. They need to get the kick forward. It's in the hands of May. Transfers it inside to Annett. Now Annett goes inside, but it's a bit of a 2-on-1. Williams did pretty well in the end to try and get his hands on it, but he's at least forced a stoppage. In fact, it was Heckley who finished up with the ball, but it was a bit of a low percentage play kicking to the 2-on-1.
He did well just to get it to ground.
He did.
Because, yeah you're right, the outnumber.
So up it goes. There is Williams taking it out of the ruck. I must admit, I really like that rule, how ruckman can just take it out of the ruck. Now, it's been in vogue for a year or two. As Maxwell's gets a funny little kick out, Williams is in there and throws his man on the ground, almost a sling tackle, but nothing doing. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up, still inside 50. So they could really do with a goal, Ringwood, just to get themselves back into this game. As the ball is knocked out of bounds.
Just an update out at Pink's Reserve. Kill sites 7-6-48 to Croydon North Emlock zip.
Ooh, okay. So
good start there for the Cougars. This is another boundary throw in here. Will's got the tap from behind in the direction of Angus Reddy. Just going to be another ball up in Ringwood. In Ringwood's attacking 50 here. They'll look to get their second goal on the board as Will's got the tap from behind, but in the direction of Mitch Jackson, who just burst through a tackle trying to find his teammate in Jacob Bell, but it's intercepted for East Burwood, and down the ground here they go to Michael O'Dwyer. He gets the handball back to Angus Reddy, and he's got an option on short here, and that I think that is Angus Reddy now with ball in hand. Of course, his brother James isn't playing today as he looks to go down the line, and good intercept mark taken there by Noah Adkins. Dangerous kick there. Marcus Young could take the mark, so it invites Tim Jones to run with the ball. Mitch Annett, again, he's had a really good game, but he's forced to go backwards in the direction of Jacob May, who's looking to go short here to Jack Murford. So they still have control of the ball, do Ringwood, as they look to push further forward. Sean Lucas is on the run on the far side here, centre wing. Handball over the top there to Tim Jones, but he's under East Burwood pressure, keeps it in. Lucas tries to avoid an East Burwood tackler. It's smothered. East Burwood are doing really well, but it's a holding the man free kick going in the direction of Tim Jones, and Ringwood will look to continue to push further forward.
So Tim Jones will send it forward. As I said, they could really do with the next goal. That's a good mark taken by Mercotter over on the far side. So now this is the kick that they need to find the target. Lowers the eyes, puts it inside, but it's not a great kick and it's been cut off over there, but they'll at least force the stoppage because it was Brown that came in and made the tackle. And so they're inside 50, but they need to get the clearance. Umpire doesn't muck around, gets it straight up as the ball comes down. There is Brown at least again trying to win it in the contest. And it's Heckley coming over the top making the tackle. So another ball up, shall I say. 17 gone in the second quarter. Margin is 18 points, so 3 goals. As Williams just tries to kick it out of the ruck. The ball comes out, and it's going to bounce for. In fact, that'll be another ball up. Good strong tackle coming in there.
Yeah, it was a chance for him to certainly open up the ground there, East Burwood, so important tackle.
But stop-start as Latchford gets the head out of the ruck. Falls there for Jenkins, and now East Burwood can come forward. It's turned a bit untidy. It's a little kick inside. Mark is taken. Mariani gets a little short kick inside, trying to find a target, and he does. And Hammond.
Hammond will take the free kick here from centre half back. He's got an option out wide out here. Not too sure. There's not too many options, so he's forced to go down the line there, and Latchford has parked himself underneath it. Out the back there is Sean Lucas, but he's under good East Burwood pressure. Managed to get the handball away, but East Burwood will still pick up the ball. Matt Mariani trying to avoid a couple of tacklers, and he does so in the direction of Adrian Di Giovanni, but Ringwood will be able to intercept. It's gone out of bounds. No, it hasn't. Jack Blythe with ball in hand. Of course, played his 150th game a couple of weeks ago for Ringwood. Handball over the top there to Godfrey, who's got a man over the top as well, and Ringwood looks to go inside 50 in the direction of Boone, but good body strength there from Max Wells, and he's pushing further out wide here. On the run here is Jordan De Zilwa, manages to pick up the ball. Got the option here in Jamie Kempson, and he has got a paddock of space here. Does Jamie Kempson. Takes a couple of bounces. He's looking to go inside 50 here. Couldn't take the mark there, the East Burwood man, and Addard, and out the back there is Jacob May as Ringwood look to rebound.
So here they come again, Ringwood. Plenty of endeavour, but they just can't get the points on the board at the moment as Bell takes a mark. Jacob Bell sends it forward, trying to hit a target. But look at it. Oh, up they fly. That was Murcotter, who got a bit of a ride on his opponent, but in the end he couldn't take the mark out towards Stagg. Stagg can't get his hands on it over there. And in fact, well, he did really well, Stagg. He came back in great second effort as the ball goes inside to Murfitt. Murfitt gets a handball. Stagg's in the play again. He's had a great little couple of minutes here. And he's taken in the tackle. He screams of holding the ball as we go boundary side.
Gents, Josh Matthews just in the hands of the trainer at the moment. He's taking a knee, he's up, but I can't put a finger on this one. I'll have more to say later on.
And so the ball goes inside 50 as the ball is bouncing around. Stagg did do really well, but he got pinned for holding the ball in the end. So here's an opportunity for East Burwood. I couldn't see who the kicker was. He's off target anyway. And in fact, it's gone out of bounds for a throw-in in the left forward pocket.
Might be a blood rule here. He's looks to be blood streaming out.
Yeah. As off comes Josh Matthews, who, of course, one of those young kids that's come across to Ringwood this year. Boundary side, John O'Van.
Thanks, Wardy. Trainer's just given me a nod. He is, in fact, bleeding, so immediately under treatment, and he's off the field.
So boundary throw, and Riley Addard just takes it out of ruck. Umpires, I think he's called it back to be thrown in once again. Forward pocket here for East Burwood. They wouldn't mind another goal. We've just ticked into time on here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second quarter. They lead by 3 straight kicks, 27-9. Addard tried to use body strength, but Latchford still got the tap down. Trying to get the clearance there. Lachlan McDonald under good pressure from East Burwood. Another ball up here inside the Rams, attacking 50 as they have kicked, I think, 2 goals to nothing this quarter. They've kept Ringwood scoreless as Latchford got the tap down in the direction of Brad Stewart, but it evades him and it goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Berwick have extended their lead, 6-4-40 to South Croydon 2-2-14. And now at Bayswater, One Turner South have hit back with the next 6, and now they lead by 6 points over Bayswater.
Wow, my Ruffy might be right this week. After last week.
Normal order resumed out at One Turner South, but that Berwick result's an interesting one. As the ball is on the ground, hurried forward, and it's a one-on-one. Is it going to fall for the, I think it was Adkins, and it wasn't Adkins, it was Jenkins, in fact. Still inside 50, under a bit of pressure. Now it's Adkins, and it's a terrible kick. Jenkins it was, sorry.
Marked on the line, just.
Marked on the line, looked like it was going out of bounds as we go boundary side.
Very close one between the Waverley Blues and the Basin in the second quarter. Waverley Blues 5-3-33, the Basin 5-2-32.
So Jenkins it is. This is a really hard kick. He's hard up against the boundary line, so this will take some doing. Looks like he's going to go with the traditional drop punt. Here he comes, kicks, but I reckon it's going to be across the face, but they could still get a chance to get a mark. Going up there and trying to get his hands on it was Bell. Danger is still there. It's been sort of socket off the ground, and I'll be happy to see this one through. the Ringwood side, which is exactly what happens, and they'll restart with a kick out from fullback, should I say, as the scoreboard ticks over. It's 4-4-28 to 1-3-9, and we've had 22 and a half gone in the second term.
Sorry, Jones's kick in there in the direction of young Noah Adkins. They won't want to concede another goal here, Ringwood. They wouldn't mind another one as short ball in the direction of his teammate. They're still in defensive 50, Ringwood. They're still moving that ball slowly as the wind starts to pick up. Jones under pressure. He's going to centre wing. Out the back there was Aaron Boone. Trickled out of bounds on the full. So East Burwood, another chance to move forward here through Lachlan Keegren. I think
they just can't score, Ringwood.
Struggling to get going forward.
So Ben Hammond got a short option here in Jacob Pilker. He'll look to go inside 50 here in the direction of Marcus Young. Mariani nearly took the mark. It's out the back here for Ringwood, and they'll be able to rebound here through Jacob Bell. Gets the handball away to Ash Stagg, and he's got a teammate over the top, and it's out the back here for Mitch Jackson on true centre wing. His handball was smothered there by Max Wills, the East Burwood captain, right in front of the scoreboard, which reads 4-4-28 East Burwood, Ringwood 1-3-9, 23 or 24 minutes played here in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Boronia 98, Tapa Fentra Gully 2.
Oh dear. That's not great. Don't like to see that.
Second half comeback.
So up it goes into the Ledgeford. It was. He got to the front. It's a terrible run. 98-2. My word. So the umpire says we'll have a ball up as Mariani takes it. Up it goes again. There's the head out. It might have been won by Dwyer that time, and they get the clearance as well, so they'll go inside 50. Last thing that they can want to do here, Ringwood, is concede a late goal. They're under a fair bit of pressure. Stagg puts it on the boot. They'll get it outside 50 for the moment, but the danger's not over. Beautifully done there. Great play it was by Barlow. Barlow kicks to... Is that a mark? It is. He's paid the mark, so there was a defender there. I thought he might have got a bit of a piece of it as well. But the umpire has paid the mark, and it'll be that man Dove, who's kicked... one today. He's had a couple of other opportunities too, which in fairness, they haven't been easy kicks that he's missed. In fact, they've all been from around about this spot. The last one was a little bit harder. He'll have only a slight amount of angle to work with here. So Kyle Dove, as we said, the ex-Blackburn man. There's the kick. Did he learn from his last one? I tell you what, he's put that through. That's a magnificent kick, and that is the clubhouse leader, surely for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. Magnificent kick from Dove, his second of the day. And getting close to the halftime break, the score extended 5-4-34 to 1-3-9 as we go boundary side.
Thanks, Besto. Like I said in just before the first bounce, it's going to be one of those days where I tell you, wins off, wins on. On that occasion, the wind just sat perfectly for him. He had nothing to worry about in that instance.
That is a really good kick. I still think Braden Barlow's...
Real tough angle.
I still think Braden Barlow's, the first goal is Tobin Rodley's goal of the day, but that is definitely right up there, Carl Dove's goal from an equally tight angle as we're back in the middle here. Dwyer and Latchford, as it has been all day. Latchford got the tap down, and there is the half-time siren. East Burwood have extended their advantage to 25 points, 5-4-34 to Ringwood, 1-3-9. The major goal kickers, Carl Dove with 2, Marcus Young, Nick Pearson and Braden Barlow with singles. Mitch Burton, the only goal kicker for Ringwood. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll have the half-time show where we'll dissect what was an intriguing first half, which sees East Burwood lead by 25 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And without further ado, this is the Eastland halftime show for the match of the round between Ringwood and East Burwood in Division 1. The score East Burwood lead 5-4-34 to Ringwood 139. John O'Ven with you. Been on the boundary this afternoon, and I'm joined by EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long and Matt Spider-Lee to take you through the action. Ryan, if you would be so kind as to run us through the goal kickers for the first half.
Yes, for Ringwood, just the one goal kicker. Mitch Burton kicked that one in the first quarter. And then for East Burwood, Dove has kicked a couple, Young has kicked one, Pearson's kicked one, Barlow's kicked one. Kicked that opening goal in the pocket there in the first quarter, which was certainly a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
It was indeed. Some early thoughts for me on boundary side is the game it's like a massive game of circle work here at Jubilee Park. One of the things that Brett Rowe was noticing in the quarter time break was their as in East Burwood's ability to switch the play was too good, and he continues to have a fair few headaches. Spider, I'll ask you, how does Ringwood combat the ability to restrict East Burwood's switch, because they've been doing it all day and it doesn't look like they're going to stop? Switch. Sorry, mate.
It comes down to better ball usage when you've got the ball in hand yourself. I mean, reality is, at the moment, East Burwood are winning this game on territory. That's the fundamental reality. So East Burwood are winning a clearance. They are then taking the territory when East Burwood have been defending and then doing the offensive side of the game. So East Burwood are getting the transition through the inside part of the ground, but they're also very strong with the rebounding football from the outside. So we've talked about how East Burwood in the previous years have been such a good outside team with use of their hands and their ball movement, but equally they have been so impressive today transitioning the ball inside work, and they've got the key targets down there with Young and Dove who are providing that. Pearson is giving East Burwood tremendous use through the middle part of the ground. We know Mariani's doing some really good things. I think Addard is doing some wonderful things, creating that space and moving into various positions on the ground. I feel that when East Burwood have the ball, you always have the confidence that they've got players that they can get possession of the ball, and whereas when Ringwood get the ball and there's a little bit of uncertainty in terms of what they're doing and where everyone has to be in terms of where they need to be in their zone and where they need to set up. So they're playing into East Burwood's hands for me at the moment. I think O'Dwyer is playing a very competitive role with Latchford in the ruck. He might not be winning the hit outs, but around the ground he is competing. and doing some really fine work himself. I think the one key aspect to this is the way that the defensive system of East Burwood is working, right, and that's been such a component of theirs through in recent times, where they've just really improved their game, particularly in the last month, where they have really dried up some of the team's scoring powers. And we talk about some of the teams in recent weeks that they've really held team scores, but they haven't been able to kick scores themselves. But today they are doing that with the likes of Young and Dove down forward who are kicking their goals.
Yeah, they have. And John, probably the question mark I've got here for Ringwood is that they've got to fix up their ball use, because when they do get going and they do send an inside 50, they're just playing into the hands of someone like a Max Wills, Cody Logan.
Correct.
A lot of these kicks are just going straight into their hands or in favour of them. So they've got to lower those eyes, and they can't afford to just bomb it long, because they don't have those tall targets up forward to take those marks where you probably can, maybe with East Burwood, as you've mentioned, with some of those, Dove's been important early. He's come back in the side, been really good, but they're a bit slow moving the ball as well, Spider. Been slow to get it down the ground, which I don't mind, because you don't want to just blaze away and waste your opportunities.
Well, it's ability to be able to change your modes, Ryan. So what you need to be able to do in this game, you need to know when to go fast, but you need to also know when to go slow. For me, East Burwood know when to go fast and know when to go slow, because they're players to outnumber the Ringwood players in the back end of the ground.
Spider, you're right. I mean, one of the things that Brett Rowe touched on, as you, the viewers, might be able to see on our socials, Eastern FNL, on our Instagram, one of the things that Brett was talking about was the fact that they haven't been able to do fast play really well. So the alternative was to go slow, and that's not working for them either. I mean, they started off with the fast play. They chucked everything up to 300%, as he described it, and it hasn't worked. So what will work for them? I don't understand.
Well, they've got to take some risks in the middle part of the ground. They really do need to run with the ball a little bit more, be a little bit more creative with their hands and with their feet. They've got to start making some real inroads into that area of the ground. But also they've got to win a clearance, and that's something they're not doing at the moment. Simply at the moment, they've been cut up around the middle part of the ground. I mean, Mariani and Reddy are just getting their hands on the ball. They're getting that loose ball. Kempson has been fantastic, being able to get those wide range balls. He's been good with his hands, been good with his feet, creating space, and he's very athletic, so he can run all day, and he can play as a tall, and he can play as a running midfielder. He's just got that adaptability to do it. So I think for me at the moment, if you're David Jensen, you just keep playing the way that you have been in that first half, but now you've got to take it to another level, and you've got to use your scoring power. Because in that first quarter, we know that there was a little bit of a time there where Ringwood did come. They'll come again in this game, there's no question about it, but this is where East Burwood need to ride that wave, and if they can do that up till three-quarter time, they might be able to lay the killer punch in the final quarter, but Ringwood really need to make some inroads in the first 10 or 15 minutes of this quarter, otherwise it could be game over for them.
Thanks very much to Matt Spider Lee and also Ryan Long for joining me on the halftime show for the Eastland match of the round. We're going to take a break, and on the other side of this, the second half, Josh Ward, Brett Beston and the team to take you through that. Back right after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Jubilee Park. It's Ringwood against East Burwood, and it's the Rams that hold a 25-point advantage here at half-time, 5-4-34 to Ringwood, 1-3-9. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long and John O'Ven on the boundary. We're going to throw to Ryan Long with some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, so Baldwin at half-time lead Park Orchards 8-2-50 to 5-3-33. So we mentioned Berwick a bit of a lead here at half-time, 6-6-42 to the Dogs, 2-2-14. And at Moreton Park, big lead for Blackburn, 13-7-85 to Doncaster East, 1-3-9. Noble Park have a 5-point lead over Vermont at half-time. Rowville 6-6-42 lead Doncaster East 3-8-26. Jumping into Division 1 now, Mitcham 7-8-50 lead Mooroolbark 2-7-19 at half-time. Montrose 8-6-54 lead Croydon 5-5-35. South Belgrade back in front out at Lilydale Sports Oval, a 20-point lead there at half-time. We'll jump into Division 2 for a couple of results. Waverley Blues back in control, 8-3-51 to the Basin, 5-4-34. Templestowe a 37-point lead over Knox. Out at Mulgrave, haven't had an update since quarter time where they were 25-6, so we'll keep an eye on that one. In Division 3, Oakley District, 10-point lead over Coldstream. Donvale Reserve, close one there. Donvale 5-9-39 to Warrandyte 3-5-23. Whitehorse, 21-point leaders over Sylvan. Ferntree Gully with a 21-point lead over Fair Park. Jump into Division 4 just quickly. Kilsyth 9-6-60. Croydon North Emlock still yet to score. Out at Nuttawading 4-3-27. Trailing Forest Hill 7-2-44.
So a couple of interesting scores around the ground.
Sylvan one's an interesting one.
Yeah, very surprising.
Yeah.
Whitehorse.
Yeah, after seeing them last week, you probably would have backed them in.
Whitehorse do like playing at Springfield Park, though.
Yeah. Well, as Ryan said, we did see them last week, and they looked pretty impressive. But I mean, there's still a way to go.
Yeah.
But that's a bit surprising for me.
As there is in this game. John O'Ven, boundary side.
Thanks, Wardy. Now, we might want to I guess mute Besto's mic for this because he'll instantly respond. But I just thought I might give a bit of a weather update. The chill factor down here, it's getting a little bit more. There is that obvious window to the right of screen. And, well, it's Ringwoods to lose here, I reckon, in the third term.
So it'll be interesting to see if they can take that advantage down there kicking to the Aquanation end of Jubilee Park. Well, the second half is just about to get underway here. They need to get off to a quick start, the Redbacks here. Besto, I'll let you get us underway for Ringwood Ringwood East Burwood, the second half as the umpire holds the ball aloft.
And so here we go, 25-point lead for East Burwood as we get the second half underway. Ringwood need to strike early as Latchford goes up and he gets the first hit out of the quarter. Ball on the ground, comes out of the clearance, but it's been won by Mariani. He's so good on that in and under stuff as he gets the kick forward, but it's been beautifully cut off over there. Great work, and they'll be able to rebound here. So taking a bit of time at Ringwood. It'll be really interesting to know what Brett Rowe's halftime message was as they spread it out wide. That's a dangerous kick, but a really good mark by Heckley. He's been one of Ringwood's better players. So Heckley at halfback is looking for some options. He won't want to turn it over in this position. He decides to go in, but it's a dangerous kick. Another 2-on-1, and they have turned it over. That's a shocking kick. Mariani taken to the ground. Ball spills out. Now it's there for Stewart, and they're a bit lucky there, Ringwood.
Well, just your percentages, that's a 1-on-4.
That's right, and Ringwood to bring it out off halfback.
So the fly from behind there from Josh Mikoda couldn't control the mark. All on his own there was Heckley, but Max Wills was taken high on centre wing here. He's looking to go the dangerous kick to Mariani, but the ball is instead intercepted by Jacob Bell, who's also had a solid game. He's looking to push to Tim Jones. He's got a man screaming for it on the far side centre wing. He goes in that direction. That is Jack Blythe all the way out there. He's got Marcus Young for company. He goes over the top. A really good kick there in the direction of Noah Adkins. They're pushing further forward at Ringwood. They're going inside 50 here, and a good lead, a good mark taken as well by Aaron Boone. And
their best inside 50 yet.
That is their best inside 50 indeed. As we quickly go down boundary side to John O'Ben.
Thanks, Wardy. See, this is what Ringwood have been struggling with for the first half. The inability to combat East Burwood's switch, and that was perfectly executed by the Redbacks there.
So Aaron Boone comes in, his first senior game of the year, played all his games in the reserve so far, comes in, looks pretty decent, and it's there! Ringwood get the first goal on the board in this third quarter. He loves it. He gave it the double Cobras, I think, in the end at Aaron Boone, and Ringwood, they push the margin down to 19 points, 2-3-15 to East Burwood, 5-4-34.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do, create that space in that forward 50. You just can't put it on top of their heads where Wheels can control the situation. That gives them a lot more opportunities up forward, and a beautiful kick of the ball too.
Yeah,
so
I think, as you said, Rhino, that was their best inside 50. Like, they won it out of the middle, really just direct route into inside 50, and really good players. Latchford gets a hit out. If they can get another one, that'll be a real fillip for them. Knocked away there into the hands of, I think it was Di Giovanni, who gets it out wide, chasing it out towards the boundary. Well, that's a high tackle. Does the umpire say? No, he's decided just to let it go. And the ball's gone out of bounds over there, and we'll have a throw in. So margin is 19, so it's still manageable for Ringwood. As we just wait for the umpire to throw it in. Overcast skies out here at Jubilee Park, but there's no, well, we won't say there's no chance of any rain, but it's looking all right at the moment. As the ball comes in, a bit of a nothing contest there. Latchford finishes up making the tackle this time on his opposite number O'Dwyer, and the umpire says we'll throw it up again. Up it goes. O'Dwyer and Latchford, they've had a great contest all day. Latchford's probably about it. He has had the advantage as Jackson takes it, but we're going to have another ball up. This will be the third one in about the same position. This time it's O'Dwyer who gets hands to the ball, knocks it down, and they win the clearance as well, but that's going to be holding the ball. So free kick going the way of Ringwood, around about centre wing.
Mitch Jackson with the free kick evades Jordan Wright, and he's looking to go inside 50 here. 2-on-1 in favour of East Burwood, and on the ground there was Cody Logan trying to evade a couple of Ringwood tacklers. Reddy gets the handball over the top here to Jamie Kempson. Avoids a couple of Ringwood tacklers. East Burwood will get it clear in the direction of James Connellan. Couldn't control the ball, and it's out the back here. It's all Ringwood. As ball in hand is with Stephen Brown. He goes into the middle of the ground here to Jack Blythe, who's had an influence to start this third quarter. He goes in the direction of Ashstag, who avoids the East Burwood defender. Going inside 50, Aaron Boone in a one-on-one against Max Wills. Handball away there, and on the run is Ashstag. It's just gone out of bounds on the fall, so East Burwood, they'll have the chance to rebound. Ringwood really pressing hard here early on, and it's going to be the captain, Max Wills, to take the kick in here from the back pocket.
So I'd love to know what was said at half-time. Maybe the boys could have a chat to Brett Rowe and just see what his message was, because they've come out with more intent. As Wills, a little short kick in there, marks just around about half-back or centre half-back. Out wide they go. It's a bit of a nothing kick though, and they'll turn this over. Now it's Annett. Annett's taken on a tackle. Ball spills out into the hands of Logan. He's been very good, and in the end it's out of bounds. And let's go down to the boundary right now.
So just a bit of a score update here in the Waverley Blues and the Basin game. The Blues have kicked away 51-34 inside the third.
So the cream always rises to the top. They were trailing early, the Waverley Blues, but they've really got their act together now, which is not unexpected. as the ball comes out, and once again it will be East Burwood who will bring it out of half-back. Mark almost taken there by, I think it was Adkins. Ball spills on the ground, all a bit untidy, picked up over there by Connellan. He's taken in a high tackle, free kick to East Burwood.
So Connellan with the free kick, he's a bit slow to get up here, and he gives it to Tim Jones, that is.
I thought he was going to give him the Liverpool kiss here for a minute.
As he goes towards half-forward flank here, all on his own, Jet Latchford, he has been able to clunk pretty much all of those intercept marks all day as he goes in the direction of Brad Stewart on centre wing here. He's got a man on the run there, and that was Lachlan McDonald. His kick's not the greatest though, and it's intercepted by Jacob Pilker on the half-back flank here. He goes into the middle of the ground for Jamie Kempson, and he has plenty of space as well. He's going inside 50 here in the direction of Barlow. Couldn't hold in the mark. On the ground there is Nick Pearson,
free kick.
and it's a free kick. In fact, it is going in the direction of Barlow, and well, he's a superstar of this East Burwood lineup. I think he's set. I was about to say, I thought he was setting up for the snap there. I think he's a left footer, so he should know that left footers going for snap don't often go well. Well, that's what I've learned at the AFL level with Harry Mackay. As Braden Barlow...
Well, it's to be hoped he wasn't watching him last night.
As Braden Barlow comes in now. 13 goals for the season. He'll kick from a tight angle from about 40 metres out. It's a pretty good-looking kick. It's there! Braden Barlow gets East Burwood's first of the second half. They move to 6-4-40, Ringwood 2-3-15. 7 minutes played here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, good transition footy there, and able to obviously... but it was definitely a free kick. He certainly had him after the marking contest and still holding on. So they get one back, the Rams, after probably 5 minutes of really strong footy from Ringwood.
There's some good endeavour by Ringwood, but for all that, they're basically back where they started. The margin back to 25 points, early stages of this third term, but showing some better signs nonetheless as the umpire gets set to throw it up. Up it goes. Latchford again. I'd love to know how many hit-outs he's had. Jackson it was who won the clearance, but the ball is on the ground and it's just as tight as a drum in there, and the umpire says we'll throw it up.
And the numbers probably in the centre clearances and the inside 50s aren't too different, I don't think, from either side. So just going to be who can capitalise.
Latchford again, ball on the ground, trying to pick it up over there was Ferguson, and we'll have another stoppage.
3 clearances each this quarter.
So we need Paul here with his stats as the ball goes up. Once again, Latchford the hit out, gets right over the back, chasing him back there was Brown, but the ball has been won on the ground. Well done, Mariani, but there was a whistle. I think it's going to be a free kick.
25.
So back will come.
It's Mitch Jackson with the free kick here, Besto.
Mitch Jackson. He's still a fair way from home, but he's going to have a go. In the end, he kicked from just inside the arc, and he's given a decent ride, and it hit the post. I'll tell you what, that might have been
not a bad effort.
Strong contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, but it's a poster, and the margin now 24 as we've played nearly 9 minutes in this third term.
So Ben Hammond with the kick in here to Max Wills, who again continues to have an influence. As we keep saying,
a super player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a key cog of this East Burwood machine as he goes down the line here. Mitchinette on the ground under East Burwood pressure. Michael O'Dwyer manages to get the handball away, and East Burwood are out here. They're looking to find Carl Dove. Good spoil from behind there, but it's out the back here for Riley Addard. A good couple of evasive manoeuvres from him. Goes inside 50, but the mark is taken there by Tim Jones, who's been as solid as a rock down there. He goes to Sean Lucas, who I believe won the reserves best and fairest last year for Ringwood. Sean Lucas, he goes to Jack Blythe. He's got an option further down up on centre wing here, right near the scoreboard, which reads East Burwood 40-16, 9.5 minutes played here in this third quarter. Going down the line here in the direction of Mitch Jackson, who's starting to have an influence this quarter. He goes to Aaron Boone, the only goal kicker for the Redbacks in this quarter. They're chipping the ball around inside 50, a really good ball, and finding Josh Meercott or Ryan Long.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think Mitch Jackson is probably the guy. You look at this list, it's a very young side. He's one of the more experienced players on the list, and if they are to win this game from the position they're in, he needs a big second half, and he certainly started this third quarter very well.
And that was probably their second best inside 50 entry as well. Just the short chipping game and finding options as Josh Meercott comes in to give Ringwood their third goal of the match, and it's there. Cotter also gives it the double cobras as well. They love a double cobra celebration, the Ringwood boys, and it's back to 18 points, 34-22 Ringwood, East Burwood 6-4-40. 10 minutes played here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Ryan Long.
Yeah, definitely. And probably the big thing now is getting those consecutive goals. There's still a 3-goal margin. It's not too bad, but they'd want to get a bit closer coming into three-quarter time in probably the scoring end of the ground, I would say. Just an update at Mullen Reserve. Norwood 3-3-21 lead, East Ringwood 2-5-17. So that's the first score we've been given there.
And so back in the middle, and Ryan is absolutely right. They've been able to get to singles, but they need to put 2 or 3 back-to-back. Bursting out of the middle there was Kempson. As they come forward again, now it's in the hands of, I think it was Mull Queen over there, but he's turned it over, and it's in the hands of Jones, Tim Jones. He's played pretty well today for Ringwood. Nice little kick forward, but it's in the end, it's a bit of a dangerous one, and they have turned it over. Sweeping back there was Di Giovanni. Gives it off to a two. I think the teammate was Wright who gave the pass off, and they've turned it over again. So here they come. That's that man Jackson, but he ran past the football. Now it's been thumped forward off the boot of, I think it was Pearson, to about half forward. Ball juggled over there, and the mark is taken. So they'll go inside 50 again. There's the kick from the... it's a bit of a nothing kick, and in fact it's gone out to the cricket nets. It's a shocking kick, so we'll have a throw in over there on the far side, as we've had about nearly 12 minutes played, and it's 40-22, 6-4-3-4.
That's giving me flashbacks from last night. There's a short kick there in the direction of
Harry
Murphy.
Mackay's turned up here.
As Murphy goes to half-back flank here, all in the mark there, the Ringwood man in Williams, and it's going to be a holding free kick there. So there's a bit going on afterwards. Jamie Kempson, I think that's against Stephen Brown there. Didn't like that, did Brown or Kempson. So a little bit of heat in this one, despite the cool temperatures out here at Jubilee Park, as Stephen Brown is going to get the free kick here. Not too many options. He's got a short option, in fact, in Atkins, who couldn't take the mark. Not the greatest kick, couldn't control it though, could Atkins. He goes back to Stephen Brown, a sweeping handball there in the direction of Jack Blythe, who's got a short option here in Toby Godfrey. He finds Brad Stewart, former South Croydon man. He's got a man on the run here in Jack Blythe. Not the greatest kick there, and it's intercepted there by Michael O'Dwyer.
So a good play by O'Dwyer. He read that really well as he gets the kick down the line there, and it was Young who tried to get his hands on it, couldn't do so. And it's out of bounds. So still an 18-point margin. So once again, without sounding repetitive, somehow Ringwood have got to find 2 or 3 goals consecutively to get back into this game. They've been chipping away, getting the odd one, but inevitably they get one, and the Rams respond almost immediately, so they just can't eat into that margin as the ball is one out of the ruck. And there's the handball out there from Jenkins as the ball goes forward once again. Going back there. In fact, it's fallen into the hands there of, I think it was Logan over there. He's thumped it forward, and the mark is taken. So here's the kick down the line. Let's see who's in. Going to try and find this one. Getting his hands on it over there was Dove, but he was... well, he's claiming a free kick, but there was nothing doing. He simply dropped the ball, and it's gone out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in. So
I think it was out on the full too. So
out on the full,
okay.
This. So it's actually a Ringwood free kick. So I'm not sure what Dove was appealing for as the ball goes infield. Mark taken there. Nice work by McCotter. Oh, he's going to get caught. He just didn't see the man coming. And Kerrion pounced on him there. And it's going to be a free kick. Just too slow to react. If you watch the replay, and you can see he just thought he had way more time than he did, and he's been absolutely done, and that's a crucial moment. So this could bring it out to a 4-point game. Actually, it might have been Brad Stewart there. I might have done Mercotter a disservice, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a free kick to Kerrion. He comes in, he kicks, and he's missed. To the left, the umpire was moving pretty early, so wasted opportunity, but the margin extended by another point. And after 14 minutes, only 15 minutes gone. In fact, it's 6-5-41 to 3-4-22 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard out here at Jubilee Park.
So on the kick in there for Ringwood, it goes out to Jack Blythe, who's on the half-back flank there. He's going further backwards to Noah Adkins. Doesn't have too many options. A man screaming there, and Jack Murphy in the middle of the ground. Didn't go to him. Instead, he goes to Tim Jones, who's also had a pretty solid game. Sweeping handball over the top there in the direction of Stephen Brown, who couldn't control the ball. John De Silva was there under good Ringwood pressure. Toby Godfrey does get the ball eventually to Stephen Brown. They're looking to go inside 50. Max Walls with the kick off the ground. Couldn't hold in the mark there. Brown, who was a key role there in that passage of play, and it's just going to be a boundary throw in here. Half forward, flying far side for Ringwood's attacking half. Latchford take against Michael O'Dwyer. That has been a really intriguing duel between these two young up-and-coming ruckmen. Latchford got a decent fist forward there, but it's going to trickle out of bounds inside Ringwood's attacking 50 though, so they wouldn't mind another goal here. The margin is 19 points, 22-41. Just under 16 minutes played here in this second quarter. Or third quarter, I beg your pardon.
So, and it goes. Latchford might have got the tap there as the ball goes inside 50 again. Dropped over there, should have been taken, and they're under a bit of pressure, but it was De Silva who got the kick out, and it's out towards the bound. Might be out on the full, I reckon. What's he say, the umpire? Yeah, it's a free kick to Ringwood. So they play it and just come back to go forward. Out of the hands of Stagg. Now Stagg goes forward, gets right over the top into the hands of Murfitt. Murfitt gets a little handball over the top, but who's that to? Nobody in particular. It's been cut off and plenty of defenders back there. Handball from right, ball on the ground. It's getting pretty willing in there, and in the end they're happy to see it out of bounds in the forward pocket. So an opportunity now for Ringwood perhaps.
Just have to lock it in here.
Yep. So umpire to throw it in. They've just got to find a goal. They need one, well they probably need two really, before three-quarter time, as the umpire throws it in. Getting the front spot there was Williams, it was, going to the ruck that time, but can they get it out? Well, in fact, it was De Silva who did really good work, but it's going to come back towards the, in fact, there's Wills. He's absolutely rock solid, and he takes a defensive mark, and East Burwood will bring it away.
So Max Wills, another terrific performance from the East Burwood captain. Dangerous kick there, but Marcus Young taking the mark, who's also had a bit of an influence. He's kicked the one goal. He's on half-back flank here though. The second leading goal kicker for East Burwood. He's got Michael O'Dwyer, who goes back to Marcus Young. Goes the dangerous kick in board just over the top of his teammate, and doing well the pressure there was Jacob Bell. Gets the handball away, and Ringwood will try to get out here, but a good smother there, and it's just going to be ball up centre square here at Jubilee Park. East Burwood in their attacking half though, as O'Dwyer will go up against Latchford. Latchford, a big fist there. It's all East Burwood though, and picking up the ball there was Joel Ferguson. Couldn't control and invites the Heckley pressure, and Jack Blythe picks up the ball. It's going to be another ball up on centre wing here at Jubilee Park. Once more right in front of the scoreboard.
Just an update out at Coldstream Reserve. Oakley District 6:11:47. Lead Coldstream 4:6:30.
So Latchford got the tap down. Bell got the clearance from behind. There was Meercotter. Couldn't take the mark. Boone was there. Handball there from Murphy.
Oh, someone's down.
Someone is down. I think that might be Aaron Boone, but play continues. It's inside 50 here for Ringwood. Annette is down on the ground here. He couldn't get a clean kick at it, and instead gets the kick away to Ash Stagg, and Stagg gets it in the direction of Stephen Brown, who tries to go to snap. A good smother there from Max Wills, and East Burwood, they're out here, Besto.
So they are indeed. I was just trying to see the man down on the ground whether he got up again, but now the hands of O'Dwyer, who jinks away. Oh, that's a heavy tackle as Kerrigan has taken as we quickly, we might just stay with the play just for the moment. Now the ball in the hands there of Brown. He thumps it. He's gone long, but it's going to be marked back there. Saving the day was Kempson as we quickly go boundary side.
Too much to worry about. I couldn't quite see a number there for Ringwood, but he immediately got up after that one. Runner came to him immediately. He said if he wanted to spell, but no, he's still on the ground.
All right, so he didn't look too good when he Bobby said maybe if Ray Baird was here, he'd just say he was winded, and he may well have been. So Max Wills with the footy. He's been absolutely terrific today. He'll be a contender for best on today. We tend to look at the pretty boys in the midfield and up forward, but he's done a lot of the grunt work down back as they fly high, and Kerrigan almost got it. He's in there again as the ball comes out. East Burwood, they've been really good around the contest today. They've got a bit of work to do, but out of the phone box as the ball kicked up towards centre wing. Up they fly. Did well there was Added. He got the kick over the handball over the top. Murfitt drinking away there. This is better from Ringwood, but then the errant hand pass. They've done that a lot. Mariani puts it up the line. They just can't seem to finish off. They've still got possession of the football though. As they go up the line, there's the kick inside from Added. high up and under, bouncing down there. Can someone get hands on it? Oh, good work there by Murphy. It's Jack. Gives it off to Latchford as they go forward now to up towards centre wing. Now the ball on the ground again. There's Annett. He's also been quite prominent. Handball over the top, finds a target. Mercado's got to get rid of it pretty quickly. Does well. Gets it back there to Stagg, and Stagg is caught. And is that ball? It sure is, I think. Is it?
Yeah, it is. I think going in the
direction. Free kick going the way of East Burwood. So another opportunity goes begging as we go boundary side.
Thanks, Besto. The player in question was, in fact, Josh Mercado, number 10. He's on screen, as you can see.
As he takes the mark here, and he may... I'd be amazed if he got up. He is getting up. That's a really good mark taken there by Mercado.
Oh, it's great. It's great mark, and it was just such a dangerous kick to kick across goal right there.
Great courage.
It's in fact Josh...
The player standing in the
Josh
middle.
Williams, guys.
Jacob
Williams, guys.
Jacob Williams with the mark as he'll go back here. Had a tough set shot in that first quarter from pretty much a similar distance, maybe a little shorter in, but on a much tighter angle. He'll kick from directly in front here, about 40 metres out.
This will lift him.
This will really lift them in time on here in the second quarter. He comes in now. Not the greatest looking kick off the boot, and it's just going to be, it's not even spoiled through, it's still in, and it's now spoiled through by Ben Hammond. So Ringwood, they get a point. They trail by 17, 36-24. East Burwood 6-5-41.
Just 1 second. The umpire's here conferring with the goal umpire.
He's given it a goal. It's a goal! What the? I don't think I've ever seen something like that before, Ryan Long.
Well, I'm assuming that he has did cross the line there. I thought why everyone had stopped play. John O'Van, did you get a look at that down on the boundary side?
And so all I've been feeling all days has been so much feeling down here at ground level, and as such, there were some Ringwood fans that can definitely see that was a snag. So there was a brief consultation between the field umpire and the goal umpire, which is due process without an AFL review centre per se. And, well, looks like the on-field decision.
So East Burwood to bring it away. I'm going to talk about that last play in a moment as the ball goes to Connell, and he gets it forward, and it's going to go out of bounds. The thing that caught me about that last play was it was a brilliant piece of work by Williams. He went back with so much courage, took the mark, and then went back and kicked the goal. So if ever you wanted to get lifted or a lifting for a side, that's the moment that could turn this game. So 41-29. And we're coming up to 23 minutes played. Up it goes. Latchford front spot, gets it knocked down. Mariani's in there alongside O'Dwyer as the ball goes forward. If they can get the next one, suddenly it's game on. Sweeping handball inside, bit of a dangerous one, but well played there by Mulqueen. Gets it back. Wills spins around, gets a kick forward out towards the wing. It's getting a bit untidy as Young shakes a tackle. Going nowhere really. They're just sort of going from one side of the ground to the other at the moment. There's the kick inside, and a really good intercept mark taken there by Tim Jones, who's been outstanding today. And away they'll come, Ringwood.
Well, we talk about Maxwell's in East Burwood's defence. Tim Jones has been equally impressive as that sweeper in Ringwood's defences. Ashtak gets the handball into the centre of Jubilee Park out here. Mitch Jackson gets a tap on. Mitch Annett controls the ball. That's a really good pick up there by the debutant. He's got Aaron Boone. That is brilliant play by Mitch Annett. Absolutely brilliant. And Aaron Boone has a chance to kick his second goal of the match.
And you can see it too. Look at how many players have come up and congratulating him on that effort. And the kick was just as good to hit up a target. And this... bring it back to a goal. It's been a big quarter for Ringwood.
He's got to kick it, though.
He has got to kick it. Aaron Boone, this would be his second of the quarter and second of the game as well. He comes in now pretty much directly in front, and he loves it! And the Ringwood fan Boone rings around Jubilee Park out here. I tried to get the words out there best though. Ringwood moved to 5-5-35 East Burwood, 6-5-41. 24 and a half minutes played here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, and they're certainly winning all the clearances at the moment. Ringwood 13-3 inside 50s, and that's where it's starting to show on the scoreboard, where they've been able to kick the 4 goals now just to the 1 East Burwood third quarter goal. So right back in this game.
Well, it was hard to see where they're going to come from, but suddenly they have burst back into life. And I tell you what, when we look back at this game at the end, as Mariani goes, and that moment from Jackson, sorry, was it Jackson? Yeah, who kicked the goal. And no, it was Williams, sorry. That was a huge turning point. And since then...
I missed what happened there, It's an East Burwood free kick too.
I just looked away for a moment myself, but Mariani's got the ball. Crowd yelling as the ball gets kicked forward to about half forward, and the mark is taken, so there's a chance to go inside 50. Connellan will go to boundary side in a moment. Connellan chips it out wide, and the mark is taken over there by that man Dove. He's kicked 2 today. I reckon this is possibly a little far, so we'll just stay with the play for a moment while he has this shot at goal. So 25 minutes gone, so probably not a lot of time to go. There has been a few goals in this term, though, so that might make it stretch out a little bit. We need Brash here. He's always good at telling the time in the quarters. Kyle.
Why don't I take the role of Brash here? I reckon 28 minutes this quarter will go for.
Brash will be sitting at home and he'll be going 27. 20. So here's Dove as he gets the ball on the boot, but I reckon it's off target. In fact, it's out of bounds on the full. And we'll have a free kick to Ringwood as we go boundary side.
The obvious, the Stoushett half-back has now been resolved. There was a lot of feeling in that for a moment, but no, all good now.
So taking the kick in there was Tim Jones. Max Wills was there for East Burwood, but bit spoiled there from the Ringwood man. That is Jacob Williams, who's lifted this second quarter, as has all the Redbacks. Ashtag on hands and knees finds Mitch Jackson, and he finds Lachlan McDonald. That's the 3-quarter time siren. We have got a game on our hands here in the final quarter. East Burwood lead only by 6 points now, 6-5-41 the Rams. Ringwood 5-5-35. The major goal kickers for Ringwood, Aaron Boone with 2, Mitch Burton, Josh Miacotta and Jacob Williams with singles. For East Burwood, Carl Dove with 2, Marcus and Braden Barlow with 2, Marcus Young and Nick Pearson the other goal kickers. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll bring you the final quarter of action out here between Ringwood and East Burwood.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to a very entertaining Eastland Match of the Round out here at Jubilee Park. We have got a last quarter on our hands here. East Burwood, they led by 25 points at half-time. Their lead is dwindled down to 6 points, though, 5-5-35. The Redbacks, East Burwood, 6-5-41. Josh Ward here, alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long and John O'Ven on the boundary. Ryan Long, we'll go to you for some scores around the grounds.
Yeah, I'll try and keep with just the key ones at the moment. Roval, very handy lead here at 21-minute mark of the third quarter, 72-39. Also in Premier Division, Berwick. That lead's been cut back, down to 22 points now, but they're still in front there with one more quarter to go. Mitcham 10-13, 73. Very handy lead over Mooroolbark 5-8-38. Big result here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Croydon hit back 9-5-59, trail the D's 9-6-60. Wanturna South have now run away with this one against Bayswater, 12-7-79 to 5-6-36. Jumping into Division 2, Waverley Blues, 23-point lead over the Bears. Heathmont in front now at Mulgrave Reserve, 6-8-44 to 6-3-39. Division 3, a couple of results here. Oakley District stretching their lead out to 24 points. Ferntree Gully hold a 9-point lead over Fair Park. A bit of a low-scoring game there, similar to this one. Here at Donvale Reserve, haven't had an update since. They're still 16 points up. Sylvan have cut back that margin to 15 points with a quarter to go. Still in it there. Forest Hill 11-6-72 to Nuttawading 5-5-35. And then no result from Scoresby. Haven't heard from them this afternoon yet, but they're some of the key ones around the grounds at the moment.
So some very interesting games happening around the grounds indeed. Ryan Long, keep those scores coming in. Help our media manager get those scores throughout this final quarter. But it's going to be a grandstand finish. I reckon we're set for best. Ringwood, they were able to grasp the momentum heading into this final break, kicking, I think it was 4 goals in the end and conceding only the 1.
Well, they say the third quarter is the premiership quarter or the championship quarter, and boy, it was there because Ringwood came back really strongly. And after looking the game was meandering along up until half time, Ringwood have really taken control, and if they continue to play the way they did in that third quarter, they may well run all over the top of East Burwood, but it remains to be seen.
It does remain to be seen indeed, as I think we're about to cross down boundary side to John O'Ven, who is trying to get the East Burwood coach now. He does have him now, John O'Ven.
Do have him, David. That was one hell of a 3 quarter. In regards to, tough conditions out there in the third, and what have you got to do here in the fourth?
As I said to the guys, it wasn't the conditions, it was we let them back in the game. We stopped our defence and the things that we've been working on. 3 goals from turnovers that we gave them. We've just got to get better with the decision making and back to the first half.
So you had Ringwood respond really well in the first quarter, and it was much of the same in the back half of that first quarter for all the third. As you said, it's a big ground. Do you reckon the boys can still, keep a minute, because it seems a little bit tough and it does seem a little bit dark out here as well?
Again, we'll go back to our brand of football. We'll start defending how we know that we need to defend, and we'll get the game back on our terms. We've got that slight lead, and if we can break...
David Jensen, thanks so much. Enjoy the fourth quarter.
Thank you to John O'Ven down on the boundary there. Well, patrons are starting to move off the ground. As I keep saying, we've got a massive final quarter on our hands. East Burwood, they're kicking downhill and potentially to the scoring end, though. But Ringwood, they are up and about and well up for the fight out here at Jubilee Park on their home track. Boundary, we'll go down to the boundary a little later on, but Brett Beston to get us underway in this final quarter.
So a great third quarter for Ringwood. Can they get home? Can they run over the top of East Burwood? It remains to be seen, as I said, as they win the clearance, but it's fallen for East Burwood. Kick is smothered. Great work over there, and we should have, it was Heckley. He's been pretty good for Ringwood. He gets it towards the 50-metre arc, bouncing around over there. Murfitt chasing of the Tom variety. Ball still on the ground for dispute. Picked up over there by Adkins. He puts it onto the boot, and he does find a target, so they'll come away with it. Here's a little kick in, just chiselling kick into Latchford. He's been an absolute superstar for this Ringwood side today. He'll be a big contender for best on ground. Gives it a pass away back to Adkins, who runs past him, gets a kick out wide. Mark taken over there by Heckley. Mitch Heckley hasn't played a bad game either today. He's been pretty good. Now he goes down the line. Can they hit another target up? They fly over the hands there of Williams. He took that courageous mark in the last term and kicked the goal. Now Murcotta, but he's run out of room, and the ball go out of bounds in the right forward pocket.
Update out, Donvale reserve. Donvale 8-16-64, lead Warrandyte 3-5-23.
So a reasonably comfortable advantage, unlike the last couple of times for Donvale out there when they faced Warrandyte. It's a boundary throw in here. Williams and ruck duties against Jacob Pilker. Kempson gets the clearance here to Jordan Wright, who's looking for Michael O'Dwyer. Good kick there and a good mark taken by the ruckman as he evades. That was Jacob Bell. He evaded and he pushes further down the ground. A good mark taken there by Carl Dubb, and Braden Barlow is all on his own inside 50. He goes in that direction, gets ahead of Burns, nearly took the mark. He picks up the crumbs though. It's fallen out the back here, and Tim Jones will just rush it through for a minor score. A handy point though. East Burwood moved to 6-6-42. Ringwood 5-5-35. Just under 2 minutes played here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Tim Jones it is, who brings the ball back in. Kick out wide, finds a target, and
that'll be
got
25.
Absolutely smashed, and that'll be a 20. Oh, I tell you what, it's on here. There's no need for that. We don't want the yellow cards in this last quarter.
No.
And there's a bit of, I'm not sure who that was that came in. I think it was Murcotta who came in late.
It was.
Yeah, it's just unnecessary because that's the sort of thing that can cost you. And at the moment, I don't think we're going to get any yellow cards. The umpire's just happy to stand off and let it all sort of unfold, but the free kick is going to stand. So it's a 25-metre penalty, so we're just waiting for the umpire to remember, because I think he got sort of sidetracked by the fight. Now they come forward. It's Annett. Decides to go inboard. He looked up forward, but there was no one there, so he goes backwards to go forwards into the hands of Tom Murfitt. Murfitt goes out wide. Plenty of space over there for Adkins. Adkins with the mark. Little chip up, trying to find a toe. It's a bit too easy. It's like kick to kick at the moment as Murfitt of the Tom variety goes over the back. Jackson was there, Williams was there, sorry, but he couldn't quite get it. He's in there trying to make the tackle. Diving up there on the ground was Heckley. And it's going to go forward, diving, almost a mark there, and in the end it's been rushed through for a minor score, so plenty of pressure, and the margin is now, we'll wait for the ball to tick over. I think it has ticked over. 42 to 36, so it's a one-kick game with 3 gone in the last term.
So Cody Logan with the kick in here. That fan was right. It's a handy point. There's a good mark taken there on half-back flank by Jamie Kempson. He's looking to go to centre wing, all on his own. Marcus Young, who's also had a really good game. Just the one goal, but plenty of influence all around the ground, and he goes in the middle here to Matt Mariani, who takes off immediately. He's looking to go to Braden Barlow inside 50, but Burns with the decent spoil there. Picking up the intercept, though, was Matthew Jenkins. Mitch Jackson doing well, evading a couple of East Burwood tacklers, and Ash Stagg gets the ball. Dangerous kick in the direction of Mitch Heckley. Good spoil from behind by Jamie Kempson, and he'll pick up the ball and go inside 50 here in the direction of James Conlon. It's out the back here, and the 2 Murfitt boys. Jack picks up the ball. Shot there by James Connellan, and it's just going to be another ball up. East Burwood forward pocket. 4 minutes played here in this final quarter. They still lead by 6 points, 36 to 42.
Any more scores, Ryan? Not at the moment. We'll come back to you in a sec.
The Basin back to 11 points, 77 to 66. Waverley Blue still in front.
Oh, okay. So here's the throw in. Latchford went with a 2-hander this time, knocks it down, but it's going to fall for number 24. That's Kempson. Ball comes back, and in fact, it's Mariani who takes the mark. So Matt Mariani, vastly experienced. He's been one of the stars of this club for a long time. As he walks back, and he's going to have a shot at goal. Difficult angle, but this will be a big kick because this will make it a 2-goal game. For their endeavour, Ringwood, they wouldn't want to concede a goal here, but they may not have a choice because Mariani, if he kicks this, here he comes on the right boot, on its way. Let's have a look at the umpire. It's missed. He was tapping the chest pretty early, but it could be a handy point, so it makes it a 7-point game, 6-7-43 to 5-6-36. 5 gone in the last term.
Waiting for the ball again.
The perennial problem in local footy. So Tom Murfitt, he's played pretty well too today, Tom Murfitt. He goes on a long run, trying to link up with someone out wide. Eventually gets the kick out there towards Blythe, but he can't get there, and there's a player down, and he's in a bit of trouble. It's an ankle injury for whoever it is. as the ball goes forward. Trying to get his hands on it there was Young, and the ball is over the boundary. Let's go down to the boundary and see what the problem is.
Sorry, Bester, I wasn't exactly thinking about that, but to coin a turn of phrase that was used when you last called to end the season, maybe they should put the lights on at the moment. It's a little bit dark.
Well, they will have to put it on eventually. There's a women's match happening after this game, Division 1 between Ringwood and Knox. But I think
just an update, sorry, before the umpire throws it back up. Vermont 10-5-65 to Noble Park 8-2-50. I shouldn't have said that, otherwise you might go home now.
Going home. Come on, boys.
As I think we're waiting for the injury player. It does look like it's Jacob Williams.
Well, just while we're there, I might read out a couple more. Park Orchard's back to a 25-point deficit over against Balwyn. As we said, One Turner South running away with the game against Bayswater. And out at Montrose, they lead by 4 points, but Croydon have been inaccurate. So potential upset on the cards.
It is a potential upset indeed. The Blues getting over the top of the D's. As players resume now, it's in the East Burwood forward pocket. Young against Latchford. Latchford got the tap down. Mariani on hands and knees as he normally is, and it's just going to be another ball up here. And East Burwood's attacking up. They won't mind this one bit. I don't think they'll keep it up for an entire quarter though, as Latchford got the tap down to Mariani, gets the kick away. It's there! Matt Mariani, big goal! And East Burwood extend their advantage to 13, 7-7-49, Ringwood 5-6-36. Just ticked over 7 minutes here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, that was really impressive, and he's had a big afternoon too. He's certainly stood up in this last quarter, winning a few important one-on-one battles. Is that another Ringwood player that's come hobbling off? Looks like Jacob Williams out there that's just limped off the ground. As we go boundary side, John O'Ven.
Yes, Ryan, you are correct. It is Jacob Williams. He's could be an ankle at this stage, but I might try and see if I can get you an update.
Thanks, Jono.
So back in the middle, big goal that one. That makes it a 13-point game. So it really is crunch time now for Ringwood. They won't want to concede the next one. It was a funny old kick out of the middle there, and it's going to fall there for Reddy. And they're going to go inside 50, or not quite inside 50. In fact, it's close there. A little handball from Williams. Now they come out of the defensive 50. Kick down the line. Mark not taken. And it's going to fall over there for Hammond. Haven't called his name an awful lot today as the ball goes back towards the attacking 50. Knocked down. Dangerous period here. Can they get it out? Little handball out. They need to be sure here, Ringwood. They decide to go out wide. I tell you what, they need to get it out, and they do in the end. Kick out wide, good mark taken over there. Good, nicely done. So it's Heckley, who's been one of their best today. It's a little chiseling kick down the line, bounces though. Little handball off to Annett, who's also been very good. This is the next one inside 50, but he sort of took a bit long and it's been turned over. So here's East Burwood again. Oh, good work in there by whoever that was. It was number 62, Logan, who's also been good. Now the ball socket off the ground. Untidy play, trying to get in there was Mole Queen, and it's going to bounce inside 50. Plenty of time though for the defence to settle and get the kick right across the face of goal. A little bit of a dangerous one. It's that man Wills, and he finds a target. Geez, he's a class player, and they'll come off half-back.
So Michael O'Dwyer with a thumping kick there, but looking to pick up the intercept is Thomas Murphy, but doing well there is Marcus Young, and he's out here. Look at the dance step on Marcus Young. He goes inside 50. Couldn't find his target. That was Braden Barlow. Just trickles out of bounds for a boundary throw. Good time to go down boundary side to John O'Ven.
Thanks, Wardy. It does look like Jacob Williams has done a left ankle, I would say, and I assume won't play any further part in this game.
And I don't think Mitch Burton has played today for pretty much all of this game as well. So that's a couple of big losses, especially Burton. It's a boundary throw in. Dove got front position, but Ringwood trying to get the clearance. Jackson looks like he's hobbling as well as Marcus Young goes to the check side. Oh, it's just gone through for a minor score. East Burwood moved to 7-8-50. Ringwood 5-6-36. Just ticked over 10 minutes here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, as Ringwood will look to rebound from defensive 50 here.
So dangerous kick. He's almost cut off, but Annett, he's got a bit of work to go, and that'll be ball, I'd say. What does the umpire pay? Let's wait for the decision. I think he's going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's probably a bit lucky in the end. So umpire to throw it up just on the edge of the 50-metre arc, which is probably more like 45, as we say 50, but of course they are shorter arcs in local footy. He's at it again. He's lost possession, but lucky it bounced into the hands there as Stewart. It gets it clear. Up they fly, a bit of a 2-on-1, not much chance for Godfrey as he tried to cut, and in the end it's punched out of bounds. And what's the umpire going to pay? Just a throw in. Getting a bit vocal among the crowds.
A bit tense out here at Jubilee Park as it's a boundary thrown right in front of us here in the broadcast position. O'Dwyer against Latchford, a great duel all day. O'Dwyer thumping fist forward, but in the direction of Mitch Annette. Good pressure there applied by Wright. Kempson tackled well there by Brad Stewart, and he's forced out of bounds right in front of his bench here for a boundary throw in.
You can certainly see the momentum shifting in East Burwood's favour in the last probably 5 or 6 minutes.
They'll want to stop that momentum soon, Ringwood, if they are to get back in this game. A decent fist forward there by Jet Latchford. It's 2-on-1 in favour of East Burwood. Ashtag, the one Ringwood man, he did well to lock it up there, and it's just going to be a ball up once again in front of us in the broadcast position here out at Jubilee Park. 5-6-36, the Redbacks trail 7-8-50, just under 12 minutes played here in this final quarter as getting the kick there and the clearance in the direction of Connell, and it's Marcus Young who picks up the ball, but it's intercepted there by Mitch Annette. Not the greatest handball. A good kick in the direction there of Ash Stagg, and Ringwood have plenty of numbers. He goes inboard, does Ash Stagg in the direction of Tim Jones. He's got Stephen Brown all on his own inside 50. Could take the mark. Good effort there by Joel Burkett. Yeah, but on contact there in fact. So Stephen Brown, a big chance to make it a single-digit game once more. Brilliant play, especially from Tim Jones, to go over the top to Stephen Brown there, Ryan Long.
Yeah, definitely, and it was good use of the corridor to be able to switch that and obviously bring it inside 50. So, it's a must kick. It's must kick now.
It is a must kick, as he'll kick from pretty much directly in front from about 40 metres out. He comes in now. He looks good. Toby Godfrey loves it. And so does Stephen Brown. It's back down to 8 points. 6-6-42. East Burwood 7-8-50. Just on the 13 minutes played here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And they've done pretty well in the clearances across the afternoon. So get this centre clearance, get it back inside and create another forward 50 opportunity for a score. Only 13 minutes into this last quarter, so plenty of time.
So a massive goal there, and it's kept Ringwood in touch. They're back to an 8-point gap as we bring the ball back to the middle. We've had, as I say, 30 minutes gone. They've won it out of the middle too. Can they get it forward? No, it's Mariani. He does well. He takes the footy, but he hasn't got too many players or too many options. So he just stumps it out off the boot. Goes past Jones. He's been one of Ringwood's better players out towards the boundary. That was Young. But it's fallen again for Ringwood. Can they get a mark? Yes, they can. Over there on the far side. Decide to go inboard. Mark taken over there by Brown. Here's a little short one into the middle of the ground. Taken there by Boone. Cries a boo every time he gets the footy. Mark taken over there by Heckley. Now, this is the one. They still haven't quite got it inside 50. Taken there by Annett. Annett shifts it out wide into the hands of Murfitt. Murfitt goes inside and the mark is taken. This is the one. So they just thought they weren't making a lot of ground. They were just chipping it around looking for the opening, and in the end it did open up, and it's Mitch Jackson. He's kicked 11 for the season, so this is a massive kick. This will get it within a kick.
If I was going to back someone to kick it, I'd back him in, Jackson.
Nicely mozzed, Ryan. There's the kick. So Mark has taken, it wasn't his best effort.
Thank heavens you didn't bet your house on it, Ryan.
No.
So bouncing around over on the far side. They're going to come back inside 50 again. Heckley gets a handball off to Stagg. They come inside. Well, the kick has been smothered. Now Jackson again. He's been slung to the ground, but there'll be no prior there. Short. Oh. He's paid it. Oh, come on, umpire. That's harsh. That is really harsh.
Didn't have much opportunity.
It's going to be a free kick, and they'll bring it out as a chip across to Willis. So Wills at least.
Wills on at full back. Not the greatest kick to Logan. Out of bounds. I think that's a bit of perceived pressure there.
Yep.
And poetic justice definitely there for Ringwood. It's still in there attacking 50 here. They'll want a goal from this forward 50 stoppage as Wills just gets a decent ball there in the direction of O'Dwyer, but Ratch Stewart in the middle of that pack there. Annette did well to avoid the East Burwood tackler. He's going to get a free kick here, is Annette. I reckon he's been one of Ringwood's...
I was just about to say, he's really sparked him in this last term.
He's been one of Ringwood's best player on senior debut as well, which is great to see from the former Old Scotch boy. He's goes the short ball in the direction. A good ball indeed there, Besto to Jacob Bell. He's going back for the set shot here, the former North Ringwood man. This will be a really good effort here from... Well, we've got the perfect view.
I was trying to work out which way. There's a little bit of a breeze, which seems to be coming into our face, so we'd suggest that it's perhaps he's kicking into it, so it's a long kick.
Right to left here, potentially, for Jacob Bell. As he comes in now, he'll kick from just outside the 45-metre arc. No. It's not the greatest kick there. Big tackle play emerges at the top of the square, and a good intercept mark taken there by Marcus Young. As we go down, boundary side to John O'Venn.
Thanks, Woody. Yeah, you're right, Besto. We're pretty much right in your face.
So, wasted opportunity there. And they can't waste too many more because time is running out. Latchford puts it into the out wide. Marcus taken. There's Bell with his hands up. He's pretty much unmarked, but they haven't seen him.
Come on, wants to pass it off.
Yeah, just too slow. Now the kick inside 50. Up they flow. Was that a push? I don't think it was, as the ball goes to ground. They could probably be happy with the stoppage here. There's that man, Annan again. He went without it, though, and that's a high tackle, surely. Free kick. Free kick to Ringwood. Might have been a case that he ducked into it a wee bit, but it was there, I think. So it was Godfrey, and he's going to go back, and surely he won't miss from here. No, I'm not going to say
it. Better safe than sorry.
Well, they can't miss again. He cannot miss this. They've squandered some opportunities here, and this has got to go through. This will make it a less than a kick. Godfrey goes, what on earth is he doing? That is just extraordinary, and the mark is taken over there. That's it. Ferguson takes the mark. I'll tell you what.
Well, you can't say they haven't had their opportunities this last quarter.
Yeah.
And that, yeah.
They have shot themselves in the foot, and East Burwood will come back, but they may get another opportunity. Bouncing around over there and into the hands of Pearson, who's kicked a couple today. My word. Sorry, that was Di Giovanni over there.
There's the ball up, half forward flank here for Ringwood. Lashford got the tap down. Smothered kick there by Mariani as he takes on Stagg. Hammond in there as well. Mariani picks up the ball. Look at that from the East Burwood superstar. The ball is intercepted though by Jack Murphy, who's looking to go near 50. Good mark taken there by Mitch Heckley, who's been impressive.
He's had a great game, Heckley.
It's only his third Ringwood game as well. Missed most of last year due to an injury. He goes to the top of the square. Godfrey with a spoil from behind. Got it to ground. Ringwood managed to take control of the ball, and the high free kick is paid. Not too sure who it's going to, and it's 25 as well. I think the free kick is going to Joel Ferguson there, who's pretty solid this final quarter. He's going to go to the far side here, where it's all East Burwood. Good mark taken there by Angus Reddy, who's got the man over the top. That is Joel Ferguson. He's going inside 50 here. Out the back here for Braden Barlow. Couldn't control it and goes out of bounds. Good pressure there by Sean Lucas. We're just about to tick into time on here. Still 8 points the margin. 6-6-42 the Redbacks. East Burwood 7-8-50.
So that man Braden Barlow that we saw, he's had a very quiet day today for East Ringwood. Normally gets among the goals, but today hasn't been his day, but others have contributed. Oh, in fact, actually, Barlow's kicked a couple. Not bad.
But he's still been kept quiet.
But he has been relatively quiet, though, in terms of the game, hasn't he, as the ball is back into the contest. And just in terms, you haven't seen a lot of him. Lucas, it was who was tackled on the grounds.
Well, Lucas has done a really good job.
Lucas is, he's been very good. So time is running out. We're just about to head into time on. So in the boot of one of the guys who has played particularly well, and that's Lucas. But they have turned it over, but there's plenty of pressure coming from Ringwood as they try and force a turnover. Inside 50, if they can see the goal here, that might be it. This could be it. It's there. It is there, and that's going to make it very, very difficult now. It's Kerahan who's put it through, and that breaks the margin out to, just wait for the board, 14 points. So effectively 3 goals, and that might just about be the killer punch.
Yeah, I'd say that really hurts Ringwood after having some opportunities. That last shot on goal was probably the one that really just had to go through, and then they make the most out of an opportunity going inside 50, and that would be just about it. I would think a 14 points sort of margin here, 20 minutes gone, and Ringwood have only kicked 6 for the game, so it'd be hard to see him kicking 3 late ones.
Yes, the lights are coming on now.
We've seen weirder things happen before.
Yeah, we have.
Play the song, Wardy. Actually, no, we don't have it.
As it's a back in the middle here, Lashford, a big fist there, trying to find Stephen Brown. It's Matt Mariani once again at the bottom of that pack. Ringwood push it further forward though. Mitch Heckley providing good pressure there. There's an East Burwood man down as Mitch Jackson tries to evade a couple of East Burwood tacklers. He gets the handball away, and Stephen Brown has got it. The immediate response there from Ringwood. It's back down to 8 points, 7-6-48. East Burwood 8-8-56. There's still hope for the Redbacks.
Ryan hinging his bets well and truly. He's called it off now. His bet's back on.
Stephen Brown there, that's his second goal of the quarter, so that's been a massive final quarter from one of the more experienced Ringwood players. As we go down boundary side to John O'Ven.
Our panel man Lee Green has been very good to send some messages out through the entire broadcast, and he has informed us that apparently there is only 80% of the lighting allowed, so you might notice on the broadcast that some lights globes are out at present. But it's still going to make for a good picture tonight at the women's game to kick off right after this.
So, balling contest in the middle of the ground, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Just down at Zerby's reserve. Roeville 99 to Doncaster East 40.
Oh, geez.
That's a big win there for the Hawks.
I got that one wrong. I picked Donny East as the ball goes up. Latchford got the hit out, and that's almost a holding the ball. He had him kick at the ball and missed, and the umpire comes in and says, no, we'll ball it up. So we're in that situation. We'll be trying to guess how much time to go in this quarter. We've had 22 minutes, so maybe another 6 minutes, 7 minutes perhaps. And they've got to find 2 goals from somewhere. Here's the kick out of the middle from Annett. Straight across. They need to get the next one, but it's ball into the hands there of Young. Young goes forward. This could be it if they get the next one. Wrestling with the ball there was Pearson, who's kicked a couple today, and here they go inside 50 again. Shot, in fact, there might even be a shot for goal. It's there! What a kick!
Marcus Young.
It's Marcus Young. I thought he was just going to put it to the top of the square, but he said, no, I'll just do it myself. And he slammed it through, and that is the game. Well and truly, if there was any doubt before, Marcus Young puts it through. Super goal, and it's a game, set, match that will clinch it for East Burwood out here.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been those experienced players in Marcus Young. You can look at Mariani's work in the midfield. It's been fantastic. Those sort of players have really stood up. Then down back, Wills has been a real workhorse. Same with Logan. So their key players have kept their season alive, because this really was an 8-point game, and it really keeps them in touch with the top 5.
It does, and it's their second potential win at Jubilee Park in the last 2 years as they get the clearance here through Matthew Mariani. They're going inside 50 once more. A couple of one-on-ones out the back here for Barlow. Tries to evade a couple of Ringwood tacklers. And Ringwood will be able to get the ball clear. No, they won't. Keegren with the tripler. It's just gone through for minus score. East Burwood moved to 9-9-63. Ringwood 7-6-48. Just under 24 minutes played here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as Tim Jones with the kick in. He's going to have to go into the centre square, and it's pretty much all East Burwood. Dwyer the big target, but Marcus Young, what a final quarter he's had. He's had a really good game as well as the former Blackburn man. He'll look to go inside 50. Dove the big target. O'Dwyer, I think, was down there. In fact, it was out out the back here for Tim Jones. His ball's intercepted, though, by Ben Hammond.
Update from Montrose, Croydon in front by 3 points.
Ooh. A potentially interesting, a very interesting game happening out there. Montrose Recreation Reserve as it's back inside 50 here. Adder couldn't pick up the crumbs, and it's going to be a ball up. I think it's going to be a free kick going in the direction of Ringwood, who will look to rebound here once more.
And out at Edwin Flack Reserve, the Dogs have brought the margin back to just 5 points. 7-8-50 Berwick, South Croydon 6-9-45.
Wow, that's a heck of a comeback. Berwick have been in control of that one for most of the day. As Ringwood bring it off half-back, there's the kick in. It's nicely marked as well by Bell. They've got to go quickly. They can't muck around here. Bell decides to go forward. Up they fly, but it's that man. Look at him, Wills. Absolute rock back there at the back. He's had a superb game today. And if East Burwood are going to get up, it looks like they are, he will be among the best players, certainly at the end of the game. Now Mariani, speaking of best players, he's been great as well. Chips it down the line. Mark is taken there by Reddy. They can do this now because they know that they just have to control the footy. And Mariani again as we go boundary side.
You can just hear Mitch and it in the hands of the trainers just on centre wing here. It might be a cramp. Let's hope it's all it is as the time ticks down.
So De Silva going out wide. They're just chipping it around now. It's like, as I say, a bit of kick to kick towards the boundary. Kept in over there nicely though. And still in as the handball goes down the line. They can't get their hands on it, Ringwood, as the ball is in the hands now of them, but they've turned it over. Fun little kick inside. Picked up there by Attard, who goes out wide. And they'll have another inside 50 here as the ball bouncing around goes into the hands of Kempson, but he lost it. And now Ringwood will rebound off halfback.
So it's in the middle of the ground here. Mitch Jackson with the mark. He goes out wide towards half-forward flank here to Mitch Heckley, who's put in a heck of a performance. He's going inside 50 to Aaron Boone. And no rings of Boones around the ground out here. He'll go back for the set shot here to cut the margin just 9 points.
You've got to give them credit. They haven't dropped their heads at all.
No, they haven't. They've continued to fight up the Redbacks as Boone comes in. Looks a pretty decent kick off the boot. It might just fall short, and it's fisted through for a minor score there. The Redbacks move to 7-7-49. East Burwood 9-9-63. Ryan Long score centre.
Update at Pink's Reserve. I don't know if this is correct, but 16-8, 104 to nothing. No score from Croydon North Hemlock. I'm not sure if that
can't be.
I shouldn't laugh. That can't be right as we go boundary side.
Sometimes game day might have its way and make you think something else. So fair enough. Fair play to Ryan there.
East Burwood with the footy. Can't be a lot of time to go. We've had 27 minutes in this last term, so the siren is imminent. There's the kick up the line. Flying high there was 21. That's Ferguson. Ball on the ground. Ferguson goes in. It's a great second effort, but it's come out for Ringwood. But all their endeavour today, they just haven't quite been good enough on the day. And the umpire says that's a high tackle, and it'll go the way of Kerrion, who's played a right too. He's kicked a goal today. Puts it out wide. And good mark over there. So happily, that's Kempson. Young it is, in fact. And there is the siren. So it's been it's done and dusted. We talked about the desperation for East Burwood coming into this game. They had to win this one to keep themselves in touch, and they've done the job this afternoon. Final score out here, 9-9-63 to 7-7-49. Josh Ward with the major goal kickers.
So for Ringwood, 2 goals each for Stephen Brown and Aaron Brood, Mitch Burton and Josh Mearcotta, and Jacob Williams with singles for East Burwood. Marcus Young, Carl Dove and Braden Barlow with 2 goals each. Lachlan Keegren, Matt Mariani, Nick Pearson with singles as well. As we'll go to you, Ryan Long. It was they fought off a really strong Ringwood resilience in that second half in particular, didn't they, East Burwood? And it is a big win. It really is an 8-point win, I reckon, for the Rams.
Yeah, it's a great way to respond, especially at three-quarter time where Ringwood were coming. I think they kicked 4 goals to 1. In that third term, got the margin back to a goal and looked to be on top with the momentum. But again, I really thought Mariani was just the star in the midfield who won so much of the ball, was really key for their clearance work. And then guys down back in Wills and Logan, fantastic. Young had a big game. And they're your key players. They're some of your best players for the club, and they've all stood up when under pressure. And to Ringwood's credit, even when East Burwood looked to almost ice the game, they kept hitting back. They had a couple of late goals, had some chances. I can't remember who missed that one that went, didn't make the distance.
Godfrey maybe.
Yeah, that was probably the blow there, because you kick that, you get it within a goal, and suddenly it really is game on. But well-deserved by East Burwood as we go boundary side to John O'Ven.
Thanks, Ryan. I've got Max Wills here. That three-quarter time spray, I've never seen anything quite like it. And yet it fired up the boys, and you got the 4 points. Well done.
Yeah, well, firstly, awesome to get the 4 points, and we definitely deserved the spray. The message was to make sure we cover the centre the whole game, and then for whatever reason, we just didn't do that in the third quarter. And then I think they still got it through there a bit too much for our liking in the last, but we defended it a much better behind the ball.
Ball transition was an interesting topic for both teams, and yet in the end you guys you just had it really well around the ground, and that's a strength moving on to next week.
Yeah, definitely. This ground suits us down to a T. We love it. And I guess moving forward, we've really got to focus on that transition game that we pride ourselves on. We've added the defensive layer this year, but once we start using the footy better, get it going forward, give our forwards one-on-one opportunities, we're going to be back in it for the season.
Can we go upstairs for one question?
We'll let you go into the rooms and enjoy the song, Max.
No worries,
Congratulations
mate. Well
on the
done.
win, mate. As thank you to John O'Ven down boundary side, Maxwell's, and another enormous game out here at Jubilee Park. He was the Sportsco Eastland player of the day down boundary.
Have you just called it already?
No, I haven't. He was.
Oh, last time.
Last time.
year. Oh.
This time last year. This time last year, I wasn't calling. I had called it already. I hadn't
Song not
called
too
it.
far away, boys. Stand by.
Thank you, Jono.
Thank you to John O'Ven down there. He's done a great job on the boundaries. It sounds like the East Burwood boys are getting up and about down there as the Ringwood girls come onto the ground. But he did play a massive game, did Maxwell's, and as you said, all those key players really stepped up as we try our best to get the song. But I think maybe we should start getting into our votes for Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day, Ryan Long.
Yeah, all right. For the
you
one
under the
vote,
bus
sorry,
immediately.
I'll give one vote to Marcus Young. I thought he was really key. As we go to the hit song.
As the song just continues to...
I think it's cutting out there, so I'll continue with the votes there. One to Marcus Young. I'm giving my two to Max Wills. I thought he was really strong, especially in probably the first half, and even in that third quarter when they were under the pump. Still was performing well, and then 3 votes to Mariani. I just thought he was phenomenal, worked hard, found plenty of the football, and for me, he was the best on ground.
Besto?
I have nothing further to add because I go exactly the same way. I thought Young for one, Wills was magnificent down back, and Mariani, when the game was on the line in that last quarter, he was just brilliant. He's like a beast, isn't he? Just winning the ball out of the middle, and when he's in that sort of form, and we've seen it before, he's impossible to stop, and he really was the catalyst for their win in that last quarter.
Matt Spiderlee, do you have any votes for this game?
Yeah, look, very hard to pick him, but I think undoubtedly, I think Matt Mariani was definitely the best player on the ground. He took control of the middle of the ground for the Rams and really was the catalyst for the way that they played, particularly with his clearances and his ability to break lines and set up transition ball for the Rams, but also give the East Burwood side a chance to hit the scoreboard. So I'll give him the 3 votes. We'll work down with 2 votes. Again, I thought Marcus Young came into the game and really stood tall when he really needed to, so I'll give him 2 votes. And and then obviously Max Wills down back. I thought he really held the defensive part of the ground together, and just the amount of intercepts and the way that he structured up down back and really blanketed the Ringwood forwards and just continually to systematically defend and that offensive drive for the Rams. I thought he was really important. He could have easily got either 1, 2 or 3 votes, but I think he takes away the 1 vote.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the same as Spider as well. Matt Mariani, midfield, 3 votes. I think that means he's easily Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. Marcus Young with 2 votes. He was crucial in midfield and up forward as well. And then Maxwell's down back. I thought Cody Logan was impressive.
He's very unlucky, but we'll give him a little bit of a rider that he actually does some part-time work at the league, so we'll make him ineligible.
You
won't like me saying that, but he was fantastic. He's a bit unlucky not to get a vote.
Yeah, he's a bit unlucky, but Maxwell's did really.
He can share the vote.
I think so. But Maxwell's really held down the fort, down back, and you've also got to give a shout out to Jet Lashford. He was really good in ruck for Ringwood. Fought hard all day. And
I thought for Ringwood, I thought they had 2 or 3 really strong. But I thought Mitch Heckley played really well all day. Jet Lashford was really, really good, and I thought Tim Jones played.
Yeah, Jones was great, wasn't he, Brad? He
Yeah.
really kept them in the game just with his ability and his work around the ground. And Lashford was great just with his ability to compete and get clearance and first hands on the ball.
Yeah, and we're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll give our thoughts on the goal of the day, as well as go around the grounds to see the scores. But out here, it was Ringwood, East Burwood, 14-point winners.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, which saw East Burwood get their season well and truly back on track. 14-point winners here against Ringwood at Jubilee Park. 9-9-63 to the Redbacks. 7-7-49 Josh Wood here alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long, Matt Spider-Lee and John O'Van down on the boundary, who did a good job down there today. We're going to go through our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day contenders. There's two real options. Kyle Dove, that tie goal, I think it was in the second quarter, and then you had the first goal of the match, Braden Barlow as well, which was a really good goal. Besto?
I've got Kyle Dove. I really liked his goal. I've been on that one since he kicked it. Was hard up against the boundary line. Degree of difficulty, I think probably 10 out of 10. And I think that's the winner for me. But we'll see what everyone else says.
Spider?
Kyle Dove for me.
I think we're going to be split because I know me and you like the Barlow goal, so it's a 2-2.
That was a really good goal.
You know what? If they want to split the award down there,
they can split it. Why not? Bet
go down to
John O'Van down there, but it's a pretty even split. I do think Barlow's goal. It was on the run and running from the opposite side for a left footer, so that was a really impressive goal. Ryan Long scores around the grounds.
All right, so we'll try and get through as much as we can here. Baldwin have done the job over Park Orchards, 22-point winners there. Blackburn, the last score I got 122-11 over Doncaster, so that's a big day at the office for Blackburn. Vermont have defeated Noble Park. I haven't got the score right in front of me, but Matt Spider-Lee's right next to me, sending me texts.
Getting
give you the score. It did give you the score. It was
97-64, I think.
That's right. 63. Yeah, 34 points.
Yeah, there you go.
I think Vermont might be back.
Well, yeah, it's crazy to think. And of course, the one game we went to Vermont, so they get pumped by 91 points.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. It's bizarre,
thanks to that, Vermont. We'll keep moving on. Haven't had an update for a while at Norwood. They led 41-23. Bit of an odd game there. Berwick, this is the one to keep an eye on. 8-8-56, leading South Croydon 7-10-52. I believe that game's still going. Roval have done the job on Doncaster East at the moment, the 20-minute mark of the last quarter, 94-43. So Doncaster East, that's a couple losses in a row there.
And they're bad losses, really, when you consider things were going so well a few weeks ago. But to lose or like that in that manner on your home ground, then that's certainly one we'll be reviewing during the week.
100%. Absolutely. South Belgrave have defeated Lilydale by 37 points. Pretty competitive there from Lilydale in what was the first versus last matchup. Wanturna South 15-9-99 have defeated Bayswater 8-9-57. Out at Heights Reserve, Mitcham by 50 points. I said this game wouldn't go more than 3 goals, but clearly I know nothing as the Tigers get the job done there.
He'd be a tipster.
Oh, it's impossible.
It's a mug's game.
Croydon were in front in the last quarter, looking at the game day just earlier, but it looks like Montrose are back up to an 8-point lead. That game might be final now too, so Montrose may just survive there.
But that's a great effort for Croydon.
We do have a final score, Ryan Long. We do have a final score.
Croydon have won by 11 points. 14-17.
The Blues are back.
101.
Well done.
To Montrose 13-12-90.
Oh dear, he's Blake Tennant. He'll be very.
No, but that is a good win for Croydon. Let's be absolutely serious. Look, we discussed them yesterday on the weekend preview forecast, and there has to be questions asked, but they've really responded with some poor form in recent times. So at least they've got something to get themselves going into the second half of the year, and there's a bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, that's a huge result, and they've got a lot of outs at the moment. North Ringwood have come back in a thriller and have defeated Beaconsfield by 2 points.
Another close one. They're playing the close ones this year, North Ringwood. They are the close games.
Try get a read on all these games.
Yeah.
Impossible.
3 points, the margin they've won by the last 2 weeks of North Ringwood.
Yeah, they don't score very much, do they?
No, they don't.
Another close, low-scoring game there.
I just want to get that final from Berwick.
Well, yeah, that's the one we'll keep an eye on in the last 15 minutes. So Waverley Blues ran away from the Basin in the end, 126-86. Templestowe 99 to Knox 26, so a couple of expected results there. Boronia 26 goals, 18, 174, defeated Upper Ferntree Gully 4-3-27.
Wow.
Out at Mulgrave Reserve, Mulgrave have a 2-goal lead there against Heathmont, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Right, I've got a score from that one.
Jono's got a updated score.
Yes, it's the final score in the seniors. Mulgrave 9-3-57, defeated by the Jets 8-11-59.
So why is this up the other way round on my? So the Jets have won?
Yes.
Okay, so they've obviously got the scores
according
around
to
the
social
wrong.
media.
They've got the scores wrong on game day there. Jumping into Division 3, Oakley District 9-12-66, leading Coldstream 7-10-52. That game's been pretty close all afternoon. Donvale 10-19, 79 over Warrandyte 5-8-38. Ferntree Gully got away from Fair Park 12-11-83 to Fair Park 5-6-36. Haven't had a score from Whitehouse for a while, so someone will chase that up. 9-10-64, the Pioneers to Sylvan 7-7-49. And then Division 4, that interests me that Kilsyth, it's 104-0. It's got to be correct. They've got to have hit the scoreboard, Croydon and North. I know Kilsyth's defence is good, but that's certainly... I've got a score right in front. Josh has just pulled it out. Whitehorse 108 to Sylvan 65. So, again, another little twist in Division 3. Forest Hill had a handy lead over Nuttawanning there, but that's what we got for the moment. So while we keep talking, I'll try and chase those last scores in the next 10 minutes.
So plenty of interesting games.
The Sylvan would be really disappointed.
They'd be really disappointed.
Especially after last week.
But Whitehorse out at Springfield Park, it's always a tough ask out there. Obviously, they've lost more games than they've won out there this year, but it's always a tough ask out there, I reckon, at Springfield Park, Spider.
Yeah, it is. And we said it pre-game and even on the preview. But look, I mean, that was a must-win for Whitehorse. And if they've got the job done, you've got to give it to them because they needed that win to get their season going into the second half of the season. For Sylvan, disappointment because you win one away and then you give another one back. So that can happen after what was a really impressive performance the previous week. But they'll walk away pretty disappointed. But we know they're a quality team and they'll definitely bounce back. But Whitehorse will take the win and move on pretty quickly and go back into the second half of the season.
I'll throw to you, Besto. Any other surprising results? Of course, your Bulls going down to Vermont. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, look, it's not 100% surprising because Vermont have hit a bit of form in the last 3 weeks. I mean, they're too good a side. I mean, the way they started and that thumping they got a few weeks back, but they really have hit the hit this. Well, they've hit the scoreboard. Well, they've hit some form in the last. Was it 4 in a row for them or 3?
I think it's 4 now.
I think it is 4.
But it's also the losses at home you've got to consider for Noble Park
Yeah,
too.
well, that's
so
not
when
good,
you're
'cause-
losing at home to Doncaster East, a few weeks ago, then they haven't really been playing well. Been playing a bit of messy footy in recent times, Noble Park. So they need to go back, reevaluate, and get themselves going in the run up to that big blockbuster against Baldwin in a couple of weeks'
I was
time.
very, very flat when obviously they lost Martin. And I thought to myself, and the sort of back of my mind, I thought to myself, no, they can still do it, but it's starting to maybe show that maybe they're missing him.
Yeah, possibly, but
and also McDonald as well.
Yeah.
So maybe their midfield. And as the season goes on, Sketch is going to. I mean, he's going to have to carry a huge burden in that midfield, along with Horton Milton. Some of the other guys are going to have to step up. But yeah, they used to win the majority of their games at home, and as you say, Spider, losing games at home is never a good sign.
Yeah, but Vermont, full credit to them. You know, they're winning away.
Spider,
now.
before you continue, just quickly, because we just got a result in from Norwood, 9-7-61 to East Ringwood 5-12-42, Spider. So East Ringwood's second loss of the season, and Norwood another big upset.
Another one. No, Marty Pask, you got to hand it to him. He's been able to do it again. So that's a good result for Norwood. They upset Noble Park a few weeks ago, and now they've done it again to East Ringwood. So
inconsistent though, aren't they? It's really hard to get a read on them. I mean, one week they're up and 1 week they're down, but you know, they're showing some positive signs, and that's what you can ask, I guess.
No panic stations for East Ringwood. They're still going along very nicely in their first season back up in the Premier. So a bit still to work on for them, but they're still showing some really good signs that they'll be in the top couple come the back end of the season.
Mate, obviously they had the loss in round 1, East Ringwood, and clearly they don't like playing sides close to them. They've lost to South Croydon, and now they've lost to
A bit of an
Norwood.
arch rivalry issue there.
They're not too concerned for them. They've had a remarkable start to the season, and they're still definitely going to be right up there. I think it shows more about the Norsemen this game, their ability to bounce back following a pretty disappointing defeat last week. I think they led pretty handily.
Well, 5 goals up against Blackburn. You think that you're going to go on with the job, but to Blackburn's credit, they fought back, and Norwood just needed to respond in that manner, and they've gone to work during the week and fixed that problem up and got a result on their home ground.
But as I say, really hard to get a read on, because next week they'll probably go out and get beaten. I mean, they're up and down like a yo-yo at the moment.
Yeah.
So if they can get a bit of consistency in the second half of the season, Ryan's got some more scores on him.
Just on that Oakley one, that is full time. So Oakley by 14 points over Coldstream. So Coldstream again just in a bit of trouble here.
What's happened to Coldstream?
They've got a lot of outs.
Things.
So as Spider mentioned in the pre-game, there's quite a few players that they're still missing. But they brought Darcy Fritsch back into the side today. And that ground used to be a bit of a fortress in the last couple of years, but they've lost now, I think, 3 or 4 at home. So
it's a bit uncharacteristic
I
of
think
them.
they've only won once at home, and that was against Warrandyte as well, who have obviously struggled. I think that probably means that Warrandyte and Coldstream are a game behind on the bottom of the table with Whitehorse getting up as well, or maybe with Fair Park as well. Obviously they went down to Ferntree Gully.
It used to be the most dreaded trip in footy, going up to Coldstream. I mean,
to Arctic Park.
Yeah, you had no hope, but suddenly it's been turned around, a bit like Noble Park, who have started to lose games at home now. So when you start to lose games at home, that's you have to be certainly a little bit concerned.
Let's have a look at some of the Division 1 results as well. Again, you're right, Ryan, about South Belgrave, and Lilydale will be impressed with their fight, but not too many surprises. But again, another heart stopper for
I think the surprise is that Beaconsfield one, because up until the last couple of weeks they've been a really consistent team, and unfortunately for their sake they've dropped now 2 in a row. And I haven't got the updated ladder in front of me now, but with other sides, Wanturna South around them winning.
It just puts them back a little bit, Ryan.
Yeah.
But look, I still think they're capable of playing finals. It's just getting that consistency in the second half of the season. And if they can win some of those games that they're expected to win, they'll be certainly around the mark of playing some finals.
And as we mentioned, I'm just looking at it now, Montrose, that's their 3rd loss. So looking at the ladder, South Belgrave will still be 2 games clear of Mitcham in second, who've only lost the 2 games, and then it's 3 games clear of the next few sides. So really handy lead. They can afford to drop a couple in the next probably 5 or 6 weeks because of this start that they've had. But Montrose is the other big surprise, of course.
Well, that's what I was just going to say.
Yeah, you give credit to Croydon, but again with the D's, when they get going, the game against Beaconsfield last week, they look a premiership contender, but then they've had some of these performances where they're just off.
And I think one thing from Montrose, which they will definitely learn from a coach of Gary Ayres' calibre, is that they will definitely debrief and review that game, fully and analyse what's going on, because we know Ayres, in his time at VFL and AFL level, when he loses close games, he does bristle a bit, and he'll get to the bottom of some of the disappointment of the issues that have circulated this afternoon.
Who have they got next week? Have we got any idea?
For Montrose, that is?
Yep.
We'll chase that up now.
I'll tell you what, but they won't want to lose another one straight. I mean, 3 in a row.
They've got Murubak, and that game's at Heights Reserve too, and on the King's birthday weekend. So they have next week off. Is that right, Josh? Next week off, and then they jump into that game, which is, I think, with a bit of a rivalry there between the two clubs. Not a guarantee, and Murubak have had some good performances.
That's a danger game.
And they'll be looking to bounce back, Murubak, after a pretty disappointing performance. I think, again, it's just that midfield that probably proved the difference. We're not too sure, obviously.
Apparently they got out the first 5 goals to the game, Mitchum, so that's probably a lead that was just never going to be cut back.
Yeah, and into second division, not too many surprises there. Obviously, Baronia, that's a perfect way to respond by, I think, 147 points in the end. The Basin will be happy with their fight, but I think Mulgrave, they've shown the last couple of weeks they're a finals contender. They're obviously not in the top 5 still, but it's a good performance against the top of the table Jets.
It is, in spite of just on game day as well. If you are scrolling through and see that it's Mulgrave by 2 points, that is incorrect. It was Heathmont who won by 2 points, so they've got the scores there reversed.
And when you consider what happens in a couple of weeks' time regarding the ladder, and after today's result with East Burwood defeating Ringwood, Mulgrave and East Burwood play each other in a couple of weeks' time. So that could well determine who continues to remain in that hunt for that 5th position, because that is going to be a big 8-point game coming up, because both those sides, not too much between those as the gap starts to close.
No, well, yeah, now that with Templestowe winning as well, that top 4 is quite clear of the next 3. And I think that falls locked in some sort of order. It might switch around a bit, but otherwise it's that 5th spot that Ringwood still, I think, will hold on to at the moment, just on percentage.
Yep.
And that's
what I'm saying about the weeks going forward, how it could, with fixturing, how it could all work out.
Yep.
It'll be very interesting indeed. 3rd division, again, not too many surprises. Obviously, Whitehorse too strong at home, and 4th division as well. If Croydon North Emlock were kept scoreless for that entire game, that is a genuine shock out there, Pinks Reserve. Unfortunately, no scores from Scoresby Recreation Reserve. That it was a pretty interesting. It was built up, I felt, to be a pretty interesting contest and a must-win for Churnside Park. After
I just really hope that Croydon North Emlock.
Yeah, I hope it's not true.
That would be unthinkable for a side to go through a whole game and not score. I mean, it's virtually impossible.
It is virtually impossible.
It's happened before, so
I'm just trying to find it here up on Facebook, seeing if that was I don't know, that might have been the score at the time, but full time there, Kilsyth 155 to 24, Croydon North Emlock. So
there you go.
They did get on the board.
They did get on the board.
It's not much consolation, but
probably not. But they've, crucified by the injuries and everything going on there. So, but Kilsyth, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. I think we'll start to wind down out here at Jubilee Park. Matt Spider-Lee did a great job.
Let's call the girls' game. It started now.
Why not? It's Knox 139 leading Ringwood yet to score. Why don't we call the women's game? Do another women's match of the round.
139, nothing. So another Div 1 game.
Another Div 1 game. As John O'Ven, you did a great job on the boundary today, mate.
Thank you very much, Wardy. It was great to be back here at Jubilee Park. Love this place and hope to be back again soon.
Matt Spider-Lee, great job on pre-game, half-time and post-game as well. I'm sure you enjoyed your Rams getting up.
It was a great game of footy by both. Two very good sides, and East Burwood victors on this occasion. They get to push forward and continue their hunt for a top 5 spot, and Ringwood will no doubt try to respond in the coming weeks. But overall, great to be involved, and really great afternoon of local footy at its best.
It was local footy at its best indeed. Ryan Long, our media manager, and doing a great job on special comments and in the score centre as well, as always, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. And good contest in the end. Had a couple of twists and turns, and a good response in the last quarter by East Burwood to get a win that they must just had to win. It was an 8-point game, so congratulations to the Rams.
It really was. And my co-caller for today, it's been a pleasure calling alongside you, Brett Beston, and hopefully we can do this again sometime soon.
You too, Wardy. Congratulations to East Burwood. It was a must-win game. They had to win it to keep their season alive, and they just wanted a bit more, and a terrific victory for them, and it'll give them a good boost going forward.
It will indeed. And don't forget as well about the Eastland weekend recovery that will be released either tomorrow or Monday, and we'll chat with one of the coaches after. Plenty of surprises this weekend, but thank you once again for tuning in to the Eastland Match of the Round, whether that be on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM or on Facebook and YouTube. It was the Rams that got up 63-49.